Hello, hi, good morning everyone. Welcome to Subsea Signals, Maritime Histories, Digital Futures. It's really nice to see so many familiar faces, as well as many new guests here today. For those of you that don't know me, I am Wen Teo, Senior Lecturer in Modern and Contemporary Art here at Portal, and I'm delighted to open this symposium. So this is actually the second of the Asymmetry International Symposiums, and I want to begin, of course, by acknowledging the ongoing collaboration between Portals and Asymmetry, whose generous support and shared commitment to critical cross-regional dialogue has shaped this event from the very start. So before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to frame some of the questions and ideas that have generated this event, and then talk very briefly about the program for today. I keep it a bit short on hand. I know we're running over. So I'd like to begin with an image, of course. This is a triptych from 1999 by the photographer and theorist Alan Sekula. Titled, as you can see, Dear Bill Gates. So the man that we see half submerged is Sekula himself swimming towards a private lakeside home, which we can see on the image on my right. And this is actually the home of Bill Gates on Lake Washington. So the act itself is a Ryan deliberate gesture, a form of performative trespassing, both submersive and subversive, which Sekula documented in photographs and accompanied with a typed letter he mailed directly to Gates, who was then the chairman of Microsoft and the richest man in the world. So the work and the letter was made in direct response to Gates' purchase of Winslow Homer's painting Lost on the Grand Banks for $30 million US, which was a record-breaking sum at the time. And this is the painting in question. So Homer's work depicts two fishermen cast adrift in turbulent waters, and it's a kind of quite enigmatic image of struggle, and one can't quite see what it is that the two fishermen are peering at over into the dark waters surrounding them and the vast expanse of sea. So the painting is actually set in the North Atlantic, a historically vital corridor for transatlantic shipping and imperial trade. So the photographer Alan Sekula is, of course, renowned for his incisive examination of global maritime trade, labor, and infrastructure, most notably seen in his magnum opus Fish Story, made between 1985 and 1995, a photo essay that was a result of 7 years of documenting harbors and port cities around the world, and often considered one of the most important image-based research projects in the 20th century. Writing at the dawn of the internet era, in his influential essay Between the Net and the Deep Blue Sea from 1999, Sekula then goes on to describe Bill Gates' purchase of this painting, Lost on the Grand Banks, as emblematic of a new form of image privatization. Gates had positioned himself, of course, as a kind of global archivist through his ownership of the digital image agency Corpus, promising an archive of everything for everybody. Yet, as Sekula argued, Gates was simultaneously shaping the limits of visibility, determining which images circulated online, which remained hidden. And so Sekula provocatively asked, when you're on the net, are you lost or found? This is the letter addressed to Bill Gates. And for the rest of us, lost or found, are we on it or in it? So here, he draws a sharp analogy between the sea as a space of extraction, erasure, invisible labor, and the emerging digital infrastructure at the time that, although under the guise of openness, was increasingly being defined by private and corporate mechanisms of control. And so, of course, today these concerns have only intensified. The romanticized promise of the internet, for one thing, as an open democratic space, has been reshaped by opaque infrastructures of control, undersea fiber optic cables, water-intensive server farms, entangled digital ecological systems, now undergird sea oceanic space. Platforms dictate how images circulate and disappear, privileging visibility for some, rendering others algorithmically obscure. We might also think that, so a lot has obviously changed in decades since Sekula's intervention. We don't need to be reminded of recent escalations. For instance, in the US-China trade war, reignited recently under the Trump administration, which has intensified tensions around supply chains, digital sovereignty, and strategic maritime access. Meanwhile, China's Belt and Road Initiative continues to expand its maritime reach, redrawing the ocean as a contested zone of infrastructure ambition and political influence. But at the same time, in the past few years especially, the sea has become emerged as an epistemological space in its own right, a medium through which we understand history, capital, and climate. Through the oceanic turn and the blue humanities and other forms of scholarship, we no longer perceive the sea as just a root movement, but we've come to understand it as an archive, a sensorium, and a medium. So thinking through some of the ideas that will be explored today, we might consider the idea of submarine futures proposed by Elizabeth de Lore, which defines as a form of oceanic thinking that unsettles linear time and resists fixed narratives. The sea resists stability, fragments memory, unsettles evidence, and disrupts continuity. It alters how we think about history and where meaning is located, and what forms of life persist. So this reorientation invites us to reconsider how colonial power, for instance, has shaped and continues to shape oceanic space. For Isabel Hofmeyr, the concept of hydrocolonialism, for instance, describes how water has been mobilized under empire, not only to move goods and people, but to impose control over territory, knowledge, and time. You might also think to notions of hydrosocial frameworks that emerge to describe how water itself is co-produced with social, political, and technological systems, not simply a natural resource, but a contested and dynamic element itself. So these strands will help shape our conversations today, which, as you might know from the program, is divided into two sort of countercurrents, as it were. And we might loosely kind of group them under this idea of hydrocolonialism in the morning session and hydrosocial territories in the second, tracing trajectory from historical legacies of imperial control over water and mobility to contemporary entanglements of infrastructure, digital labor, ecological change, and geopolitics. So I want to warmly thank all of our speakers and contributors for their insights and generosity today, and thank all of you for being here, as well as the support of my colleagues in the research forum. And finally, none of this would be possible without the generous partnership of Asymmetry. And I would like to now invite the co-organizer and director of Asymmetry, Michelle Landau, to say a few words about the foundation.
Hi everyone, I'll make it super brief. I'm just interjecting because I won't be speaking until later in the afternoon, but I also wanted to echo what Winnie said and thank everyone for joining today. I want to thank Winnie and the Research Forum and the Curto for continuously being interested in exploring themes and topics with our network that we find are relevant to bring to the surface. And we keep coming up with things we find really urgent and exciting. I know many of you know about Asymmetry. We have a lot of friends and supporters here today as well. But just briefly for those who don't, my name is Michelle. I'm the director of Asymmetry, and we are a not-for-profit, an independent not-for-profit based in East London. At the core, we support curators and scholars who identify with Chinese and Sinophone heritage and cultures, and we do so by creating and funding fellowships and scholarships. So we engage in long-term partnerships with museums, institutions, and higher centers of learning. And for instance, with the Core Toad, we have a postdoc fellow working with Wenny every 2 years. Right now we have Yayu here, who is our postdoc fellow and whom you all either have met or will meet throughout the course of today. And then tied to that is that our team, we're all art historians, curators, cultural producers ourselves, so beyond the mere sponsorship and support, we're really interested in knowledge production, cultural production, so being able to work with the Core Toad on lecture series and symposia is really something that's close to our heart. And I remember in the beginning when we're thinking about the symposium that sort of follows a lecture series, a few months back we were sort of obsessed with, from deep sea to deep sea, thinking about, the maritime body and what's happening politically surrounding sort of these complex ecological systems that also bring sort of interconnectedness of extravation, labor, migration, histories, etc., all of which we will explore today. But yeah, I also wanted to thank all the speakers and participants, because looking at a comprehensive program like today is like looking at a snapshot in time, that we have this growing, amazing network of contributors, and we're really proud of that. So thank you very much. That's right.
Okay, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Amal Khalaf. The title of the talk will be Songs for Water playlist, and there will be no doubt very productive resonances, I think, with Susan's focus on voice and on listening, on these sort of the rhythmic fluidity. So Amal Khalaf is a curator and artist who serves as director of programs at Qubit from 2019 to present, and is also co-curating the Sharjah Biennial, which is now still on, February to June 2025 in the UAE, and goes to 2568 in Bangkok, Thailand. Amal served as the civic curator at Serpentine Galleries and is now curator at large and advisor for public practice, where she shaped the civic program and commissioned over 50 long-term collaborative projects, films, and moving image works. Please join me in welcoming.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, Michelle, for this really generous invitation. I'm very excited to be part of this discussion and to be thinking with water and with all of you, all over today, or all through today. I've been thinking with and through water for a while now, since I was invited to curate the Sharjah Biennial. So I'm going to just share some things. I was also going to say it's going to be lots of listening and videos. I'm going to be sharing artworks that have been commissioned for the Sharjah Biennial, as well as playing songs, videos that have influenced my research. So yeah, it's going to be like a lot of soaking things in. I just want to thank Susan for that incredibly intense and powerful performance, and really bringing all of us into this space of receiving and being in our bodies and in our ears, and having your voice and voices resonate through us, so thank you for that. So I wonder if I could turn the lights down a little bit. So yeah, I'll just start off with this image which I've been using for a while now, as I've been talking about Throw in Shells, which is the framework which the projects that I have brought to the Sharjah Biennial 16 to carry is sitting under. So I'm one of the 5 curators of the Sharjah Biennial, alongside Natasha Jinwala, Zainab Uz, Megan Tamati Kunal, and Alia Swastika. And this is a very early image for me, and I wanted to begin with this, as I've begun every time I've spoken about the project, with this still from Layla and the Wolves, which is a film by Hani Sroor. And it kind of tells the story of a young Palestinian curator that goes to a photo exhibition in UCL that's curated by a Palestinian guy, and is kind of wondering why there are no images of women in the narrative of the exhibition that's telling a history of resistance in Palestine. But it's this image which is actually of Layla and her ancestors and her descendants all gathered around a coast. And I just feel like this image is really strong for me. I've been thinking a lot in my work as a curator and with all of the collaborators that I've been working with over the last 15 years, which is how do we think about art making? How do we think about the platforms that we are creating as spaces to gather, as spaces to organize, but also spaces to process the overwhelming loss and grief and unhinged violence that we are living in today. And I mean that on many levels, in terms of political violence, but also ecological collapse, and how do we navigate these things together, and how do we really tend to the loss that we're experiencing. So I usually work here in London as someone who commissions work with artists. And I commission artists to work with others and facilitate that. I facilitate that for artists through multi-year projects. So usually I work with artists between 3 years to 9 years. I really think about what is possible when you're able to have spaces to fail, but also understanding that if you're going to work with other people, you're involving groups in the practice of making things, especially when addressing social issues and struggle, you need time to develop relationships and trust. So I don't know how to do that in a biennial context. So Sharjah was the first biennial I curated, and so I couldn't help myself, and almost all the projects I commissioned, I worked on were commissions. I realized later that sometimes curators choose existing work, but I didn't work that out for ages. And then, but I was really wanting to try and think more than ever. The last 2 years have been a time where I felt like the urgency of responding to the violence of this world, and actually a need for a space to process grief and loss, but also to think and reimagine the world otherwise and collectively, is needed more than ever in art spaces. And recently, my last project that I did in London, and we just released the book like a month ago, it was called Radio Ballad Songs for Change, which also Susan took place in Barking and Dagenham, so I know Beck and Truly really well. Was really thinking about the history of work song and imagining with artists, Sonia Boyce, Ilona Sagar, Rory Pilgrim, and Helen Kamak, what songs we would create, what are work songs today, and how do we talk about the breakdown of the care system that was happening in the UK at the time of the project, which took place between 2019 and 2022. So when I was invited to curate the Sharjah Biennial, there were many things that came to mind, but I was really in this space of thinking about embodied practices in art, and also the power and framework of thinking through this frame of songs. Thinking about the somatic and embodied space of deep listening and voicing as a space of transformation on an individual and collective level. So I guess just wanted to talk about a few of my influences that I've been thinking through. This is actually an image of the work of Nasser al-Yusuf, who is featured in the biennial. Nasser al-Yusuf was a Bahraini artist. He passed away in the mid-2000s, and I'm sharing these images here. They were all made after he lost his sight, and they're kind of very embodied, touch created through lino cuts and lino printing, memories through touch of his relationship to the coastlines of Bahrain and coastal practices in Bahrain. And here on the left is a depiction of women and song and kind of coastal singing practices and song practices, singing to the sea, for the sea, about the sea, returning people from the sea, calming the sea down is very much part of like oral tradition in Bahrain where I grew up. And when I started to think about Sharjah, and I was thinking about collective spaces for processing, struggle, for calling for change, processing loss, I couldn't help but recall the practice of my grandmother, who was a lamenter in Bahrain. That was her work. And I started to really think about this idea of somebody gathering others and using song and somatic ways of being together and collective expression as a way to process not just grief for people who had passed on, but really witnessing those spaces my grandmother held, the spaces that many women processed, like political violence, the exile of their children, like my grandmother was doing, and many, many things. And so this became like the invitation. Sharing the story of my grandmother became an invitation to the many artists I was working with through Drone Shells. I wanted to kind of talk and recall as well song. This is another image from Jaime Surur's, another film by Jaime Surur, Sa'at al-Tahrir Dalgat, which is The Hour of Liberation Has Arrived, which is actually a film. It's one of the only documents that exist of the feminist militant struggle that happened in Dhofar and Amman in the 60s. This was an anti-colonial struggle, and I was really struck. It's like very, very present for me, this history of Khaliji women as militant leftists, fighters. I grew up in a leftist dissident family, and so this history is not one that people recall when they think about the Arabian Gulf. You think about oil sheikhs and neoliberal capitalism and partnerships with the US and things like that. But there was an alternative route that could have been taken in the 60s and 70s. And very early on in the process, I was thinking about how do we remember these histories of struggle? How does matrilineal memory get passed on? What stories can we tell? And how are artists telling them? So I think first I'm going to play that clip. So this is Al-Mehna. It's a very popular song called Tob Tob Ya Bahar, which is a song. A lot of people know of songs from the Gulf as being pearl diving songs and maritime songs, often sung by men, Fajari music. But quite a lot of women were also singers. Aouda Al-Mehna is a very famous singer from Kuwait. And Tob Tob Ya Bahar, this song, I wanted to show it because it kind of depicts the many formations of collective gathering in the Gulf for czars, for for singing, for ritual, but she's kind of singing to the sea. She's telling the sea, Ya Bahar, to calm down. But this song, as you hear the lyrics more and more, you realize that the song is not about calming the sea down so that the sailors return. It's actually a warning to the exploitative ship owners and traders and people who ran the ships to stop treating their divers so cruelly and exploiting them. And so I started to think about these songs and how do we start to frame these songs or artworks and offerings that are made up of voice and spaces of listening as spaces to be in resistance. I think about songs in a really expansive way. They're a space to witness, to refuse to forget. I've been thinking about songs as a map, an oral routier, a collective prayer, a spell to ward off danger, and a synchronizing of breath. Songs offer a way to listen together as an act of pedagogy. I've been thinking also about voices, how our voices are our identity, our ancestry, our language, and our resistance. Our voices in our tears and our joy, and in the moments we've been silenced. Our voices can be drawn from all parts of us, from our skeletons, our cavities, toes, lungs, blood, and pelvis. Our voice can be a sea that carries us to ourselves. I will start to talk through some of the work that we're presenting in the biennial. So here is a kind of section of Throwing Shells, which started to think about voice and listening to the more than human. As part of my process for developing the biennial, I was doing lots of things. I was learning traditional resistance songs from the far. I was learning to free dive. I was learning to see coral. I was starting to think about leaving London, and if I really wanted to think about embodied practice, to think about like a relationship to the sea and water as part of it. From the very beginning of the process of Throwing Shells, I knew that it was really important to show this work by Munira Qadiri. Munira is an artist from Kuwait, and this is an existing work, is one of the existing works in the biennial. It's called Gastromancer, and it features these 2 3-meter tall suspended murex shells. The murex shell is actually the shell that Shell, the oil company, used as a drawing, the botanical drawing of the shell. But here, Munira kind of depicts them in red. They're made with red flocked material, and they're actually speaking to each other. Now, the reason why she was so interested in the murex shell was it's part of her ongoing investigation into thinking about different ways to tell stories about the effects of petroleum industry on the bodies and lives of the human and more than human in the Gulf in relation to the oil industry. And she discovered that the TBT, like oil tanker paint, ships all have this massive red kind of line on them, all of them do. It's actually a repellent for barnacles and mollusks to attach to ships. But this material, this paint called TBT, it's actually causing all of the murex species to only produce male of their species. So she started to think about this like transition that's happening to a whole species of shells that are transitioning from female to male, and was wanting to tell the story of the violence that's happening to the species in the sea, but also to tell a story, as she often does, of how estranged people from the Gulf have become to the land and the sea, which is a story I really wanted to tell as well through the biennial. So she took a very famous text called The Diesel. The Diesel was written in 1994 by an Emirati artist called Tania Suwaidi, and it was banned immediately until a month before the biennial opened, thank God. But this is a really powerful novel which tells the story of a small villager in an Emirati coastal town, and the protagonist of the Diesel is a transgender person who has a man's body but a female soul, and it kind of tells this amazing story as this protagonist encounters the struggle for acceptance where they are. With the encounters that they have with like sea creatures and mythical creatures, and they kind of talk about this violence and distance that's happening. So these two shells in the installation are actually speaking to each other in lines from the Diesel. And there are many questions that this work brings up for me, which is really thinking about our relationship as coastal people, as people living on the edge of water, as people living in ports, kind of asking this question of how we've forgotten to live in water and with water. Well, I'll just speak a little bit to this. So I was going to talk about this, like just building on from the Diesel and that conversation about the Gulf and the relationship to water. This is a commission by the artist Alia Farid. Alia Farid is also a Kuwaiti artist, but she's also half Puerto Rican. And for the last 10 years, we've been working together on research that she's been doing into the Shatt al-Arab and the Iraqi marshlands. So the Iraqi marshlands are the largest wetlands in the world that happen to also sit on the largest reserves of oil, the three largest oil reserves in the world. And in the 90s, Saddam Hussein devastatingly drained the wetlands because they were seen as the space of harboring resistance, etc. And she's Kuwaiti, which has obviously a very complex relationship to Iraq and Iraqi history, but she's really interested in this relationship we have in the Gulf to water and how we consume water. There's this idea that we are not water people, that we are desert people, and there's no water there. But about 60% of fresh water, drinking water in the Gulf used to come from the Shatt al-Arab, which is the two rivers that lead into the Gulf, of which the wetlands are a part of. So this is a project. This is a non-film version of the research. This is a physical version called Talisman's Kupol 3303. And this is actually looking into this like long, deep time relationship to the earth, thinking through ideas of water and also our relationship to petroleum. So these are sheets that are made from polycarbon resin, a collaboration with United Oil Projects in Kuwait. But embedded in them are traces of a very ancient glaze that was used by the Mesopotamians and Sumerians that also inhabited that same land of the wetlands. When she was invited to Stanford to study 6 million stolen objects that America took from Iraq during their various wars. And amongst them, she found these beautiful, she was really taken by these blue glazed vessels that were used to store tears. And she found out that this type of glaze is the oldest type of glaze in the world, called blue faience, was something you could make, and it was something you could make from the sand and the earth there in Kuwait. So in Iraq. So she's kind of combined this blue faience with the petroleum. So in these solid objects, she's kind of embodying this long history of relationship to the land and extraction with the land. I'll speak a little bit about these images. They're more thinking through matrilineal heritage. It's kind of a response to thinking about our inheritances that we have here. And there's a lot to say about talismans, but I really wanted to show a work by her. It's an extract from the film. So I'm just going to then play some videos and like cut between the slideshow and these videos that we've now downloaded. So I was talking earlier about this 10-year-long project Alayfarid has been doing with communities in Shabayesh, which is an area of the Iraqi marshes. Communities still living with the land. Just a bit of context, the reeds that they're in, so the people who live in the marshes, they actually live on islands that they have created and weaved from the reeds. And as the river and marsh waters move, the islands shift and change with that movement. And very important to their life is the water buffalo. So here is a scene of one of the youngest members of the family, one of Alia's younger collaborators, doing some buffalo calls. So I'm going to now take us away from the Gulf to another sea, namely the seas around Java Island in Indonesia. I'm going to share now a video that's slightly related to this. Later on in this work, Tobias 1, we actually see morning rituals that are really similar to the morning songs that my grandmother used to sing, that are for the buffalo that have passed away in the family. And so I wanted to kind of share another video that was one of the works that I wish I had commissioned. It's a really beautiful project by Ria Rizaldi. It's part of Singapore Art Museum project into sea shanties called Lost and Found, where they've been collecting and doing research into sea songs in and around Southeast Asia and the South Pacific, and also included 3 new music video commissions by artists. So this work that I'm going to share now, a little clip of it, is called Larung. Larung in Javanese, it means like to kind of cast something out to sea. And it tells a story of Indonesian seafarers who often have very tough lives and not seen stories. And this is kind of a depiction of, with an Indonesian rock ballad laid on top of it, of course, telling the story of a practice that happens at sea, where often when seafarers do pass away in the harsh conditions they live in, they have to be thrown out to sea. So I'm just going to play now.
Dipaksa lupa bangun, kuat-kuat bertarung, ujung-ujung terjerumus palung. Kalau kantung berat berkarung, kalau tidak ambang mengambang.
Yeah, just to connect then to the work of Stephanie Komilang, this is an image from the installation in Malaysia at Sharjah that's on right now. This is a 5-meter by 7-meter cross screen, and it's one of the 2 screens that make up this large-scale installation by Stephanie. Oops, just going to be moving in. You've had full back-end vibes. You can see here we built also a pier. Search for Life 2 is a two-part project. So as I mentioned, I like working with artists long term. So the way we worked with Stephanie Komelang was actually supporting Stephanie to produce two works that are a diptych. One of them, Search for Life 1, was funded by TBA 21 and was launched a year before this one. That happened in Sharjah. And they really speak to Stephanie's ongoing thinking and research around stories of migration and movement, displacement and belonging, particularly through stories from the Filipino diaspora. So a majority of the world's seafarers are in fact Filipino. And Search for Life 1 really was a story of the seafarers. But when Stephanie was invited to develop part 2, a lot of her research when she came to Sharjah was actually thinking about this relationship between pearl divers and the kind of historic relationship to pearl and the declining value of pearls in petroleum industry Khalij. But also this history and practice of pearl diving in around the South Seas, and that a lot of Bajau and Tawi-Tawi people in the Philippines are doing. So these are stateless people. As part of the project, Stephanie was working on thinking through pearl, the story of pearl, the shifting values and movement of pearls and people. And so this research took her to film in the Philippines, but also in Dubai, meeting a half Emirati, half Filipino K-pop singer, and talking about identity and unbelonging, and also outside of Shanghai to the largest pearl farm in the world. So I'm going to also play a clip from Search for Life 2.
Isang kumpol ng mga larawan ang dumating sa aking feed. Sabihan mo ako ng isang presyo at ito ay pinaniniwala na. Ang iyong mga iniisip na kahalagahan ay nasunog sa aking isipan, isa-isang lumalabas na pixelated. Tingnan mo sila ngayon at narito ang nakikita ko.
money, when they have money, especially the Samambajao, money for them is the commodity itself. Gold is money. Instead of saving the legal tender, they save gold. Yeah.
They value the gold more than the
paper.
resources, the pearl actually.
Yeah.
Then the money that they get out of selling pearl, they
Buy gold.
buy it for gold.
It is an old practice.
It's an old
Yeah.
practice.
Of course, the before even the Sulu Sultanate was established in 1405, it was with the Chinese, and then came the Arabs, then came the Indians, came the Japanese, came the Americans, the Spanish, like that. So it's been an industry.
Kaya kami atuhon mareo na musasadya kami sa alsaya ka kami titi ang usaha matahik na mareo lundaong kami na yabang arike na saka yasine saka dangi pupilak baka dakar buas ya bay sine ibang dangi bu ay belita tablita balik kita bulawan dari kita beli bangka menjadi kita beli pengkakan pasal teme eluhay ayay.
Ang pagkaperpekto ba ng aking kapunuan ang tanging paraan upang ako ay makilala? Ako ba ay walang hanggan? Ako ba ay klasiko? Itatayo ko ba ang mga lungsod mo nang walang pagkilala dito? Magtatrabaho ba ako ng walang kapaguran?
In the colonial period, there was British oil exploration, and the kinds of migrant workers that they would bring over would be migrant workers that were already within the purview of the British colonial system. So from what was then the British Raj from India, but there's a history of slavery here in this region as well. And often they favored immigrant labor because immigrants are deportable. Then when the Gulf states, when they discovered oil and the Gulf states started getting wealthier, there was a lot of need for teachers, corporate workers, and urban planners and consultants and all of this stuff. So a lot of those folks came from the Arab countries, so from Palestine, Egypt. Of course, you had your plethora of UK and other Western consultants who were basically running the show and advising on how to build the country. It feels like Filipino diaspora here has now been here for, decades. So the longer they're here, the more they're embedded, and it feels like if you wanted to name the substantive diasporas of this place, Filipinos are definitely part of it. You also see intermarriage between Emiratis and Filipinos.
The first language that I learned actually was English. Second is Tagalog. Third one is Arabic. And I also learned my mom's dialect, which is Bicol. I am from the UAE, but I'm half Filipina. Actually, growing up, I didn't have much friends as a Filipino. Whenever they ask me, "Oh, where are you from?" and I'm like, "Oh, I'm Emirati, but I'm half Filipina." They were like, "No, you're not Emirati." But growing up, that made me stronger and embrace the Filipino in me. I don't know why back in the days for them, if you're a Filipina, you're just nothing. To be honest, it depends on the environment. For example, I go out with Filipino friends, I am different. But when I go out with my Emirati friends, I am also different. Like the way I dress, or the way I speak, or the way I act. So if they grow up like that, I have to adjust to them.
我们是1984年，我们的淡水珍珠养殖产量变成世界第一，是相当于我们整个中国的科技界来发明，有很多人去探索它。
给你袋子里头也是西瓜，袋子里头也是西瓜，这个人小噻，你30瓜，好。
就是我们自家门口小房子里面自己种的嘛，
在哪
自己养的，就在我们家附近。我是专业的，有可以种蚌、养蚌，对，然后我们就是把成熟的批发给市场里面，就是批发。大批量的批发给市场里面，珍珠市场里面的是这样，然后他们开出来，开到那个大珍珠就放到珍珠市场里面，就成品珠嘛，做成品。像10年前我们那个养珍珠嘛就不好，水质也不好，那个行情也不好嘛，不亏嘛，亏的。现在没人养了，现在养蚌的人很少，但是数量很多。差不多我们现在也是国内也是销量很高，直播嘛现在是。反正是东西多嘛，你质量也好，反正现在是网络就发达嘛，你直播了做起来了，就是这个珍珠的销量就一下子就扩散来了嘛，就到处都有，那国外的也有啊，我们自家反正是没有的地方他们都知道了，就网络兴嘛，是啊，所以他做直播就一下子就这几年就兴了。
Parang umiikot ang oras. Ang pagtakbo patungo sa lahat ng ninanais ay palaging malakas. Ito ang puwersang nagtutulak noon at ngayon.
I was into business of mother of pearl. For me, I can gather for him 6 tons in a month. I have 5 divers who died because they abruptly ascend. Mga 20 dupa, Brad, pilang meters ba yan? Mga 20 dupa. May isang diver na nakakuha siya ng shell, malaki. Maganda, perfect, parang siopaw. The one that is perfect is the shape of a siopaw. That is what the Japanese and the Chinese are looking for. Sa culture of Tawi-Tawi, of Sapa-Sapa, ang sabi, kaya daw siya na-paralyze dahil yung pearl, may nagpamay-ari na mga fairy. The wife, pumunta dito sa bahay, isauli yung pera, kunin yung pearl. Kasi isauli doon sa may-ari na fairy. Wala akong magawa kasi yun ang belief nila. So sinauli ko yung pearl. Then the family, pumunta sila sa laot. Nagsabi na isauli nila yung pearl sa fairy na may-ari para gagaling na yung may sakit. Sauli na yung pearl.
The issue of being stateless for them is they are not stateless because this is their cultural territory. They move from one place to another because that is their territory. The sea is their home. They were everywhere, especially the Baja. They are everywhere in Malaysia.
That statelessness, maybe I can see advantages of being a stateless person. Although we know for a fact what's the disadvantage, right? There are a lot of disadvantages, but I want to talk about the advantage is the Sama Bajau, since they are actually maritime people, so they move around. If we make them a citizen of a particular country, that would limit their travel to go to other places because they are scattered in this like archipelago. That's one of the advantages that I can see, and I am pro with that because that's their nature. If they settle for a certain land, their personality is sort of they want to go from one place to another in search of resources. So if you limit their access to certain land, you will also limit them being persons who has connection with nature.
Kaya ako sir, kasi tapos kami that time time ako ang school bullying because niyo na siya gayo na maangit, daing, bauan. Yan sir, kung baga aman na panan kami papeles hasa kami sa Badyo kasi kahit kami haman na maka-school, aman na makapinis pang-schoolan. Kung baga hanggang elementary, kung baga pag-high school lack of support na. Matuadahuan ang kansi ka pandon at tanggo na sa siya mag-usahan at tanggo na siya mag-usaha tamining man siya anya man pangan mo siya yung natenggon mareho patun pareho na saka isang puminit makano siya mareho kalangan siya mareho isang puminit siya kalangan tao lalom niya.
I auditioned first. I didn't get into the Pixies yet, but then when they held the second audition, that's when I got into Pixies. They held a competition, like a K-pop dance competition in their university. It's open for everyone who wants to join. I treat them as my siblings, like a family to me. We're really, really close.
Ang katawan ko ay kumikinang, halos pixelated mula sa liwanag. Ako ay nananaginip sa loob ng panaginip. Tinitignan ang mga larawang pinadala mo. Naghahanap kasama ka para sa halaga. Naghahanap kasama ka habang buhay.
Where is the time we spent? Some was too close to hold. What happened to the rest? Don't know when I let it go. And now the future will overtake her. She goes to other heights. She waves June sand and lime in search for light. All over are the days when we wander through the world. Together in the clay and together in the pearl. The wheels go covered and polish is not there. She goes through other heights. She waves June sand and lime in search for light.
So that was the end of Search for Life. I have many other, it's films in my playlist, but I think I'm out of time. Thanks all for your patience.
Thank you so much for sharing. I really like you mentioned about. I really like you mentioned about the way you work with partners, like you mentioned that you work with them to do like long-term relationship for 39 years. I think that's very impressive, especially in like the current time everything becomes so quick. I know like usually the one project like lasts could be from 2 months to like a year-ish. I think it's very rare, like that kind of like long time frame. But also it's just very beautiful, like you kind of witness how artists grow and develop their research as well. I was wondering, could you share a little bit more about like how did that commission structure? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I guess I think about the process of art making or the spaces artists make and the work artists make as offerings for ways to think about the world and to, it's like forms of knowledge production. And unlike many of you here, I'm not an art historian. Like I actually have a film background and I used to make documentaries. That was my first job. I wanted to be Christian Amanpour or something and like rewrite how people talk about the Arab world, you know, as a 19-year-old and worked at the BBC. So I really come from this research and production background, and I ended up going to Goldsmiths and doing theory, but I always think about how the genealogies and frameworks that I work with artists look at histories of radical pedagogy, of radical organizing, thinking through what it means to do flat structures and tell stories collectively. So in terms of a framework, that's kind of where I came from. People like Paulo Freire, I'm a theater, I do Augusto Boal, for example. There are many processes that I do with artists so that they're able to think about working with others. Not all artists want to work with other people, not all artists want to talk about politics in direct ways all the time, so it's only specific types of artists that do this type of work. And the framework in which I started doing this work is really through residencies and expanding the notion of residency. So I had this role at the Serpentine called Projects Curator, which is super vague. So, and it started off as like a Middle East residency program, and I think Hans-Ulrich really wanted to do a Middle East show. But in the end, we turned it into like a school. And we were thinking about histories of centers of really directly, my colleague Jana Graham, she was inspired by the Centers for Popular Culture that happened in Brazil during time of dictatorship in the 70s. And there were spaces where artists worked with people in the neighborhood, with loads of people to kind of address struggle, to talk to power alongside artists. So we were thinking about residencies in that form. And so the form I usually do it within institutions that don't have financial frameworks for working with people long term, especially kind of galleries. I'm not talking about commercial galleries that always work with one artist, but thinking about commissioning, what we would do is kind of do the residency, call it a research project, and then if the research project got legs, it would be called Research Project 2, and then, you know, in a really technical way, we were able to extend like the process. And then the work would be whatever it would be. So sometimes it's a moving image work, sometimes it's a curriculum, sometimes it's many, many things at the same time. And I'm really interested in how many designs there are in the process of making an artwork. I think the art world manifestation is just one manifestation of a process with artists and people.
Hi. Sorry, this is probably good for so with the Sharjah, because the works you showed there were reference to the geographical locality. How did you go about conceptualizing the region there in terms of both its geography and cultural context? But also because there are 5 curators from different areas. So really how did that process come about to kind of create a picture of an interconnected set of practices?
Yeah, I think the process and practice was more of a consideration for some of us than geography. I shared with you a few from the region, actually specifically like addressing the Gulf. I was really interested as I think, except for Chicago, I think I'm the only Gulf, and I'm half Bahraini, half Singaporean, so I'm like half Gulfy. I'm the only Gulf curator that they've had as doing biennial historically. Also, Natasha Jinwala was the first South Asian curator they had. So I feel like there was like some elements from us where we're like, there are things we need to say and to say it differently as curators with these lived experience of this identity. And for me, it was really important to tell different stories of the Gulf that wasn't this top-down, Sunni, Bedouin, shiny, and actually say a much more complex history through the artists I was inviting and the research that they were doing. But I actually showed artists from all over the world, and I think we were also thinking about process, like a lot of conversations that Alia Swastika and I had. We did a lot of studio visits together, for example, were about artists that work in collaborative ways and like facilitating collaboration, either in Alia's case between artists doing research together, or in my case facilitating collective processes through the making of the work, through the commissions. Also with Natasha, there was a lot shared thinking through lament and song, and processes of transition between life moments. But I think a conversation that all of us, many of us had, was thinking about the coast, Sharjah as a littoral space, and its connection to the Indian Ocean. And so Indian Ocean ontologies, coastal ontologies became kind of part of our thinking.
All right, I have no questions. Thank you.
I'll just project. I was going to ask you if you could maybe just tell us a little bit about what you were trying to do in Bangkok.
Yes, thanks for that. Yeah, so I guess that was I was going to show a few other commissions that have, the process of developing Ghost and doing Sharjah kind of overlapped a little bit. And it's going to be my first time working in Southeast Asia, and Ghost as a structure, just for those who don't know, Ghost is a moving image and performance festival or triennial that happens in Bangkok. It's artist run, it's run by a group of artists in Bangkok City, started off by an artist, Korakut, and so it's kind of changed its story over the years. I'll be curating the third and final one. And I was really inspired by the histories of ritual cinema and spirit cinema and ghost cinema, of which Ghost the Festival was inspired by. They were very much informed by the research and sharing by Maya Dadal, who did a lot of work around this. We're collaborating with her for this edition, of course. But how I'm really thinking as a framework, we're kind of talking about this being the last ghost. And so it's really important for me for the last two ghosts to haunt this ghost. And so Christina Lee and Crit are going to be curating different parts of it. And we're inviting a lot of artists that were part of the first two to come back. I'm also commissioning a lot of work by artists who are responding to a framework that I've developed, which is thinking about ghost as a way of thinking. It's inspired by this idea of Pipi in Thailand, which is thinking about the spectral and the ghost as when ghosts transgress where they're supposed to be. So I'm thinking about this moment in time where spaces like Bangkok, cities like Bangkok are changing really rapidly, and many groups that might be subversive, queer organizations, groups that are of different economic status are being pushed out of the center of the city. So I'm using the image of the Chao Phraya flooding and thinking about rivers remembering where they used to be, and this idea of pit P, or us as artists, or an art platform that can like transgress and go back to places that we want to be in. So a lot of the artists are thinking through that through their new commissions and really reflecting. I'm working with a lot of very young artists in their 20s, and they're really reflecting on the recent, a few years ago, the protests that happened that were, part of a longer history of revolution in Thailand. But kind of the silence and the disappearance of that action. So a lot of the artists are responding to those ideas. Thanks, everybody. Hi, everyone. Okay, thank you for your patience, and thank you so much, Mal, for this great, sorry for the introductions as well. So our first panel, Submerged Histories, will be focusing on some of the themes that were raised in Susan and Amal's evocative talks today, featuring three artists whose works are cohered by an interest in sea crossings, navigation, archival silences, and forms of re-sounding. So it's with great pleasure that I'd like to introduce our first speaker in the panel, Xin. You look shocked. Her paper is called A Drop in the Ocean. And Qian is an artist from Singapore whose research-based practice uses artistic and archival interventions to contest and complicate historiographies and colonial narratives. She works across photography, film, installation, bookmaking, and performance, and holds a PhD in war studies from King's College, London, among very many other accolades. So I'd like to invite Qian. Join me in welcoming her. Thank you for having me, Asymmetry and Koto. Thanks everyone for being here. I think I'll get straight to it since we're likely to run out of time.
要继续向海沿冲破黑浪，马来亚呀，马来
呀，我们还要回来，要回来，在这曾经报效的时候。
Between 1948 and 1968, Britain expelled over 30,000 people from its colony of Malaya, present-day Malaysia and Singapore, using emergency laws. That was a 12-year period officially known as the Malayan Emergency, or the anti-British, anti-colonial war, depending on who you ask. After the Second World War, Britain returned to its lucrative colony in what scholars have described as, quote, a second colonial conquest, using weapons of World War II as if in conquered territory, close quote. The British had just lost India and Burma in 1947 and 1948 respectively, and therefore it fought hard to keep Malaya both for business and to restore its moral authority, which had been weakened by the humiliating defeat by the Japanese in 1942. Malaya was at the time the world's largest producer of rubber, bringing in almost 10% of Britain's world trade in 1951. Malaya was never declared as a war, in part so that the British could keep insurance policies covering its prized rubber and tin supplies. This also meant that this conflict never came under international rules of war. We have a show of hands in this room. How many of you have ever heard of this Malayan War? Okay, well, maybe this is a self-selected crowd. A bit better than usual, I have to say. Malaya was, in fact, Britain's longest overseas war post-World War II, and one that set precedents for other wars, like America's in Vietnam later on. Malaya was where Britain piloted the use of Agent Orange to destroy crops as part of their food denial policy, as well as practices of ring-fencing the population to separate them from the insurgents, both later applied by the Americans in Vietnam. This war may be little remembered, but Malaya has long been Exhibit A in counterinsurgency strategy in British and American military manuals. Lessons learned from Malaya have long influenced Western military strategies in more recent wars, Afghanistan, Iraq, and even Gaza. In Malaya, Britain introduced policies that divided and ruled amongst the different ethnic groups and made political arrangements that disenfranchised the ethnic Chinese and Indians. As violent anti-colonial resistance broke out in Malaya in mid-1948, the British deployed police and military officers who had quashed uprisings in Palestine in the 1930s, eventually casting the Malayan conflict as part of the Cold War in Asia, and using the language of communism and terrorism, in part to draw the Americans into the war, foreshadowing the fight later in the falling dominoes of Korea and Vietnam. The British colonial government used a triple strategy in Malaya, as summarized by leading historian Carl Heck: detentions, deportations, and resettlement. I will focus today on deportations. It was a key part of the winning strategy in Malaya. It's personal to me, and of course, it has resonances with contemporary political practices of forced migration and offshoring of unwanted peoples. In the news every day now, we're hearing about deportation, birthright, and repatriation. This mass deportation from Malaya, perhaps the largest from a decolonization war, is still little known and little researched. Total numbers are disputed. It's somewhere between 30 and 40,000 people deported. If it was 30,000,
That was about 2 to 3% of Malaya's Chinese population at the time. A few historians have written journal articles about this practice of deportation from Malaya, but not much more. With the declaration of emergency rule in June 1948, the British colonial government repurposed its Banishment Act, enacted earlier in its rule to deal with secret society triads and criminals, to have vast powers to detain and deport anyone suspected of being a communist or aiding them. Basically, anyone found with a weapon was executed, and other people who were arrested under sweeping emergency laws were jailed and then banished outright or given the option of so-called voluntary repatriation, sometimes with accompanying family members. Various colonial documents show how deportations gained importance as Malaya's jails became completely overcrowded. The category of voluntary repatriation allowed the British to bypass legal process and send away large numbers of mostly ethnic Chinese to where they had come from, meaning southern China. Many of the deportees were in fact Malayan-born, but that didn't matter under emergency rules, and they had no citizenship rights in Malaya at the time anyway. Some went willingly, with dreams of aiding the Chinese Civil War or in building newly communist China, Xinzhongguo. Others went unwillingly to a land they had never been to before, no longer had relations in, and knew of only as a place that was cold and poor, unlike the jewel of Malaya. We can sense some of these sentiments in the quotes scattered through my slides. These were collated from 40 oral history interviews that I conducted with former deportees and anti-colonial activists and fighters I did across 6 countries between 2015 and 2019. We can, through these oral history interviews, for which I'm still seeking to edit and publish somehow, we learned that most of them went on commercial vessels. It was a journey of 7 days and 7 nights. We know that all these deportation journeys from ports in Malaya and Singapore went through Hong Kong, and then on to various places that Chinese migrants had originally come from, Hainan, Shantou or Swatow at the time, Amoy or Xiamen, for example. We learn of other more sobering details about their journeys and hear about traitors, so-called, to the revolution, who were allegedly thrown overboard. At the peak of the bursting jails in Malaya in the early 1950s, Britain became desperate to offshore the detainees anywhere. This coincided with a period when China closed its ports. The bureaucratic paper chain in the archives shows that the colonial government was having frantic discussions about possible sites to offshore the Malayans anywhere in its empire. North Borneo, Christmas Island, Cocos Island, East Africa, Kenya, or simply, quote, dumping them off the coast of Hong Kong. The language of dumping and disposal of undesirable aliens, all these in quote marks, was very much used. But the deportations continued until at least 1963 in more than 38 batches. This mass deportation was recorded in the textual archive and reported in the press at the time, as you've seen in the slides. Tens of thousands of deportees live in the archives as lists of names, classified by where in China they had come from, their ancestry, and by the stated reason for their arrest. But uncannily, in my years of searching the official archives, did not come across any visual record of this mass deportation, whether photographic or filmic. There are pictures of the so-called new villages where these other so-called squatters were resettled, and there are also pictures of rehabilitation camps where the less hardcore communists were sent and rehabilitated. There's many pictures of them playing badminton and taking lessons. But somehow, there's just no image or film footage of these mass deportations of 30,000 people. So I'm obviously puzzled and troubled by this gap, and for several years now I've been trying to think how to artistically deal with this strange gap in the archive. So along with the oral history accounts and songs, which are installed as installations, I've collected mementos, photographs, and objects, amounting over time to a kind of counter-archive of sorts, one that doesn't exist in any museum or archive. There are personal photographs from inside the prison camps, watercolor paintings by the gentleman who was singing the song in the opening video, of a detention camp on St. John's Island, Singapore, which was used for political prisoners. This is dated 6th of June, 1949. He was deported in November of 1949. There's smallpox vaccination booklets with a prison mugshot. There's records of landing in China, in Swatow, and being received by the local clan association into the Republic of China just weeks before the CCP took over. And the only photographs of deportees that I've come across on board the ships that deported them, this is captioned as San Shisan P 33rd batch, meaning this took place in 1955. And these were found in deportees' own photo albums. I revisited the sites of memory from this war where these men and women might have been active. This is the land they were fighting for, the roads where they had ambushed the colonial forces. I went to the old tin mining towns where they might have had surreptitious meetings, marked by the British as black areas, in the classification that was used, which was full of the language of disease and pestilence, classifying areas as black or white. I also went to the jungle that borders northern Malaysia and southern Thailand, which was the base of the Malayan Communist Army, where traces remain in the land and perhaps non-human. I collected the objects of war that remained. And then I looked through the entire photographic collection on Malaya in the Imperial War Museum archive, trying to spot the yellow and brown bodies among the triumphant white ones. Out of the 1,000 of photographs, I spotted them less than a dozen times. Often they were abject, subjugated, and probably facing execution. I searched for traces of my father's father, wondering why there was never a photograph or mention of him in our household, or that of his other children. After a convoluted search, I found my way to a port in southern China, where he had been deported to. I discovered a 3-meter-high monument memorializing his martyrdom for the Chinese Communist Party. I learned from the county archives that he had been executed near our ancestral village by the Kuomintang in July of 1949, just weeks after his deportation and just weeks before the communist victory over all of China. I was the first in 62 years to return to the village. I found the old Hakka house my great-grandfather had built. A relative ran into one of the rooms, came out, and thrust a tattered photograph into my palm. He told me this was the only thing my grandfather had brought back with him when he was deported from Malaya. On a closer look, I see that it's a prison photograph with Granddad holding a clipboard, likely taken shortly before deportation. This was the very last known photograph of him. I searched for evidence of his deportation. For years, I looked up deportation lists in the archives in the UK, Malaysia, and Singapore. Eventually, we found his name on a British deportation set of papers lodged in Taiwan, in Taipei, in Taiwan's Guoshiguan, the National Archives. These were papers that would have been telegraphed by the KMT representative in Kuala Lumpur to Nanjing, and somehow ended up in Taiwan, I suppose, when the KMT retreated from the mainland. There he was, number S52, ref.93. His name, Shen Huansheng, rendered into letters, Xin form Xin. This tricky and somewhat random romanization process that rendered him impossible for me to find in the archives for years, indexed in English, a linguistic twist that almost sealed his fate as unfindable. Finally, we had confirmation of what was his final journey. We learned from these papers that he was deported in May of 1949, meaning he spent almost a year in jail before taking so-called voluntary repatriation. We learned the name of the ship. It was SS Van Rinsdijk, Dutch, but not much more about Grandad. I started to imagine him popping up at Hong Kong Harbour, standing on a deck above all the dock workers, apparition-like. I started to see him in the coconut grove in Malaya, on the right of the image, facing off a ghostly white plantation owner on the left. I started to see him as a pensive observer at the back of a gathering of Malays, carrying a camera around his neck. I started to graph, conjure, using methods more speculative, not trying anymore to fill the gap, but working between and beyond the archive and its form as evidence. I'm engaging with methods known by Saidiya Hartman as critical fabulation. I'm trying to cast what art historian Gabriel Moser calls a disobedient gaze on the archive. I'm reappropriating magic lantern slides, stereographs from the early 1900s, and using negative retouching stands from the same period in a kind of double reappropriation of the colonial photographic apparatus to try to tell the anti-colonial story. I looked somewhat romantically inside the house that he had returned to upon deportation in our ancestral village, and where he was eventually executed near. Went to the colonial era train track that I imagined he could have been deported via. I had a serendipitous encounter with a group of Chinese who had traveled in the opposite direction and in a different time. They spoke very much to my thinking about time traveling in the archives.
几分钟要往回走的人凑个分顶吧，快点没，来，每人在这里留影一张，来，给你来，每人留影一张，来，对，来，每人，不要吵起来，阿青走的感觉怎么？这有点密，光到那边去拍吧。没有啊，还可以啊。那就行。嘉欣在干嘛？上班呢。我说我害怕我发去他急。急什么急？急什么？没事，走吧。他们在这里拍什么？孙静，他们在这里拍什么？谁呀？那2个人。哦，吓死我了，我以为是个人呢。我以为是个雕塑。
哦，原来是这样拍才漂亮。看到没有？你们要这样拍。今天葛红这个衣服穿得好。
我都不知道的。
看，从时光的隧道里走进。
真的是时光隧道，这真的是好久好久以前了。我以为是个雕塑。他们也在拍什么？可能。
日本有一个什么叫做青金峡的地方啊，它就是专门在这个入口处弄几个这样的半圆形的洞。
哎，小吴，过来，那你这样拍我吗？这边拍。
可以拍这个剪影啊。
对。看得到吗？I draw some of these threads together, filling, conjuring 16 registers of time, in a theatre performance I've since made. In this 1-hour multimedia performance, which has premiered in Singapore and London, there's one specific scene on these water journeys, these perilous sea journeys, these oceanic politics. And it's with that I shall end.
Granddad, in trying to uncover your story, I have unearthed those of many others. Stories of resistance, stories of camaraderie, stories of fear and hunger, stories of brutality and humanism, of confusion and conviction, of regret and pride. Stories of wives and mothers, fathers and husbands, sisters and brothers, of separation and families torn apart, stories of mass deportation.
们把我们的血，不是，我记得了，我看，起来，饥寒交迫的奴隶，起来，全世界的奴隶，满腔的热血已经沸腾着，最后，什么斗争，旧社会把它打得落花流水，奴隶们起来，起来！噔噔滴噔噔滴啊！噔噔滴噔噔滴噔滴，噔噔，噔噔叮噔噔。这是最后的斗争，团结起来到明天。International，就一定要实现。这是最后的斗争，团结起来到明天。International，就一定要实现。中间那段的字我都忘了，那个时候天天都在唱，这些歌真是几十年都没唱了。我从回来以后，解放初期还唱一下，后来都没有唱。International。就是共产国际要实现，太久没唱了我。平常在家里也没唱歌，以前，但是你电视一唱，我全部都会跟着唱，我都每一条我都会唱，但是叫我自己一下子有的时候忘记想不起来。
Okay, so our next speaker is Chris Jotian Yuan, an artist based in London, working with video, sound, performance, sculpture, and installation. Yuan's work recomposes vernacular, sonic, and spatial materials to create archives, pop culture, and the use of technology and experimental animation. Welcome, please. Thank you.
I'm just going to get started. So what I'll do today is I'll play this 20-minute kind of song-based work that I just finished with Easy Contemporary actually commissioned by Wendy and the institution at the same time. I'll just kind of play it. It's 20-minute, and then, so my top will go and match the exact length of the track. I guess I would believe that some of my most precious ideas come from personal encounters and improvised conversations within institutional frameworks. A little over 2 years ago, I encountered Dr. Chloe Lee's presentation at a conference on race and writing. The research at the National Archives uncovers the little-known presence of Chinese migrants abroad in the Empire Greenbush in the year of 1948. In a post on the National Archives website, he writes, out of the 1,000 people aboard the Empire Greenbush in 1948, which passed through Trinidad, Jamaica, Mexico, Bermuda, and finally arrived at the port of Tilbury in London. I was surprised to see that the passenger list also records East Asian names. Individuals like Alvin Cole participated in friendly boxing matches on board, and on board in Telford in Midlands were Clinton Wong, a member of the RAF, who was based at RAF Sealand, which is now MOD Sealand, Winchester. What could we make of these other stories, and that some might not associate with the Windrush generation migration, and what might they tell us about the journeys of migration that predated the post-war period. Over a brief conversation following Lee's presentation, we talked about the excitement and challenges and politics of her research. Where did they come from? How did they get on the ship? Why was there no record of them? What happened to them afterwards? I impatiently asked as she shared that the name searches through National Archives Discovery Portal produced little if any traces. I told Lee about a film that I completed a few months prior in the year 2022, which also deals with the ambivalence and uneasiness around concealing and revealing the past. And perhaps the goal isn't necessarily about shedding new light on certain histories, but rather how we might navigate the sensations and narratives being produced in the process of searching and acts of excavation. So at the end of last year, I received an invitation from Benny and Easy Contemporary to make this sound-based work, the Voice in the Archive project. So when I started working on the project, I immediately thought about the encounter that I had with Lee, which remained as faint memory for almost 2 years. As an artist, I'm interested in the effective and speculative potentials of the missing. I'm interested in how absence opens up a space of freedom, ambivalence, and even confabulation. I'm interested in how a new composition for the sea might help us imagine what the Chinese migrant might have heard on the ship, as well as how it can produce more universal resonance on loneliness, pleasure, the beauty and contradictions of turning archival matters into like fictions. I think for me, the sea is this vast yet succinct space. Its volume gives us a lot of clarity. Its vastness also makes it opaque and free. It can be violent and true. In a bizarre way, the sea has always been depicted as kind of intimate and tender in popular culture and our collective unconscious. One needs to orient, but is constantly disoriented at the sea. The freedom is overwhelming. So how does one improvise when all restrictions have been lifted? The process of making a new competition for the sea is perhaps like the sense of being oriented and disoriented at the same time. My initial meetings with Kevin and Kat, who are the musicians that I collaborated to make this work, are again less guided by the technicalities of making music.
Only the ones who really believe. Only the ones who really believe.
We exchange recent encounters, travels, stories from the past, and those loose connections we share with certain people, place and time. It's a silence in between meetings, which is typical and necessary for people who collaborate on a long-term basis. One day, Kevin sends me some trumpet sounds that he played while taking a walk with Kat, whose repetition of certain phrases was rather unexpected. Kevin sends more variations on what might seem to be a chord. Then some electric piano, some shakers, some audio recordings by the canal, by the water, and the tunnel, and Kat running up and down the steps.
Extraordinary. Not for a moment.
I often think that improvisation gives us both real and illustrative pleasure of freedom. The process isn't the most pleasurable, as in small things like the hardest thing to do is to rely on one's own rules when there is a lack of one. Perhaps, precise for its discrete, unbound nature, the process of improvisation needs a concise population and proportionate music, noise, and words within each singular track. For scholar Vermont, fantasy, sentiment, and desire in popular culture produce the contours of intimacy that mediate the individuals inhabiting their everyday life in social relations. What led us to certain places, but never isolated situations. The over-closeness of the world, the violence and intimacy of navigating through it, and the relations we make and unmake along the way, often position and displace us simultaneously. Between the year of 2021 and 2022, I made a film called Ultra Strong No Club for Kiss, which premiered at View Creations and been shown in different institutions, finals and festival afterwards. The film centers around two individuals in private exchanges while their voices take on a multitude of figures from the past and the present. Similarly, the line between fantasy and desire, archive and intimacy, text and sound continue to be so in the work.
Only ones that believe know. Only ones that believe know. Only ones that believe know.
I think much of my thinking around the closeness between similarly distant groups of people and places have been influenced by these allows intimacies of the continents. In the book she writes, the mythical state of nature rose to the settlement of the New World, whose fictional newness was represented as vacant and uninhabited. It was empty so that outsiders allowed in, with the intention to record the official account, or document certain figures by events so that their power is sustained permanently through language. As such, canalization of certain autobiographies enables the narrative of progress.
Extraordinary. You got to throw away.
Suggests that violence is overcome and replaced by modern freedom. The never-ending back and forth between the person and the collective can sometimes become a rather convoluted rabbit hole. The individual will always want to represent the collective, while the collective forever aims to evolve the personal. The instability and untrustworthiness of the autobiography perhaps lies in this conflict. This is something I was trying to deal with my 2020 film, Hong Kong. In the very condensed 12-minute video, I attempted to visit my fraught relationship with the city through the disappeared composition. The process of making the work involved a structured period of preparation where I immersed in the memories of my own and others. The performativity of that process allowed those encounters to seamlessly flow into the work. The self becomes not just fictionalized, but rather takes part in the making of memoir, reflection, lyrics, and the climber into nothingness. One could say that Wuhan Punk is a small piece of memoir from my childhood coming of age. It is about phantom relics, social heartbreaks, and the failed uprisings from the past, where punk music would turn them all into noise. If anything, the work isn't a melancholic self-examination of memory, but rather like so many places we've learned about since 2020. It is the pessimism that will never be free, and the spectacle, the place where we call home will forever remain a disapproving and decadent land, and will always remain puppets in a scripted play. No matter how much we want to assert the illusion of freedom through intermittent acts of improvisations, deep inside we know that we shouldn't waste any time on those cathartic tears and pity parties. We better turn those failed attempts, heartbreaks, and passive aggressiveness into self-deprecating humor. We better get on the stage and play my last song. If speech feels shy, then sing it, whisper it, repeat it, and scream it.
It was real. Don't tell me it wasn't. It was real. It was real. Don't tell me it wasn't. It was real. It was real. Don't tell me it wasn't. It was real.
Freud argues that the oceanic feeling is the preserved primitive ego feeling from infancy. The primitive ego feeling precedes the creation of the ego and exists up until the mother stops breastfeeding. As a result, the child has no idea of the self, or rather considers mother's breast to be the sea where the child swims in. Without getting too much into psychoanalysis, I do want to unpick the significance of this analogy. The sea, the child, the self, all of them continue to project and shape who we are as adults today, perhaps.
Do 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 do. Down, 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 down. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is precisely why we may never be able to separate ourselves from the body, the place, and the landscape we come from. I suppose that is also the reason why I never believed out of autobiography, so where that my work is autobiographical. And so I believe in the way artists meticulously restage the past and trick people to think that work is about them. I believe in the ambivalence of writing and rewriting autobiographies. I believe in the push and pull of indulging oneself completely and then resorting to a rigid set of rules. The semi-private, quasi-public spaces where we take a stab at articulating the most complex problems through the everyday and interpersonal encounters. In writer Rachel Cuss' novel Outline, a writer travels only to encounter strangers on the airplane to steal their lives from off-record conversations about the sea. In the book she writes, the human capacity for self-delusion is apparently infinite. If that is the case, how are we ever meant to know, except by existing in a state of absolute pessimism that once again we're fooling ourselves? I had thought that there was nothing, having lived my whole life in this tragic country, about which I could any longer deceive myself. But so you have so unhappily pointed out, it is the very thing that you don't see, the thing you take for granted, that deceives you. In Outline, the turn from the personal to the collective within slippage of words, as if the moment we tell or insert lies into our past lives, we're able to heal ourselves, the place we come from, and the people who allegedly represent or misrepresent. But healing isn't and shouldn't be the end goal. The same with refusal or resistance, as if being political is enough. Caring is a good start, but not good enough either. Refusing depression in favor of care is also good. But the momentary pause of doubt that comes after is what we should investigate. Like any revolutionary acts or search parties in history, the victim and the settler, the searcher and the exile will swap roles in no time. What is left is once again our confused emotional state. So for that slightest moment, we have to do the sense that we now have a deep understanding of a person, a group, a nation, a history, a time and place entirely, but that moment fleets right away, and then we're not the emptiness that we might never be able to understand a person, a group, a nation, a history, a time and place, even its smallest fragment, which is a group of fading millennials, and perhaps not only exists as sound as we make up tunes, stretch sections of melodies, self, cry, self-pity, walls, repeat words in which we try to make sense of it desperately. With editing the sounds together for this new competition, I kept thinking about the binaries that exist out there and the impossibility to find or separate them entirely. As if because silence and spoken words, I kept wanting to overlay them on top of noise and ambient sounds. The same goes with shakers with running by water, piano shouting into a tunnel, trumpet with gentle whispers, music and noise, words and music, sounds and music, jazz and pop, pop and jazz, jazz and pop, jazz and jazz, pop and pop, jazz and jazz, jazz and pop. The structured repetition of the trumpet theme is perhaps the only thing that is consistent, but also changes slightly every time. It comes up very often, perhaps 2 to 3 minutes, 2 to 3 months, 2 to 3 years, in between silence, words, and noise as it proceeds, possesses, and disappears again. Thank you.
Okay, our final speaker at this panel is my lovely colleague, Dr. Charlotte DeMille. Charlotte DeMille is an associate lecturer here at the Courtauld Institute and curates the Courtauld Gallery's music program. She was a visiting scholar at Lingnan University in Hong Kong in 2018 and a mid-career fellow at the Paul Mellon Center for British Art. And so we're going to go with Charlotte's talk, which is titled Anthropocene, Tides of Connection. We're going to be moving from jazz to whale song. Join me welcoming Charlotte.
Hi everybody, and first of all I'd just like to say thank you to Wenny and Michelle and Asymmetry for having me today. I am going to be shifting us slightly into a more ecological domain. I'm talking really about a very new project, albeit one that is debuting in June in Nice, so very soon. But this is very, very much its first airing for me, although it has appeared elsewhere with my co-founder of Anthropocene, Arzikan Asken, who's currently actually presenting something very similar at the Our Ocean Conference in South Korea right now. Yes, so for me this is work in progress. And for some of the material that you're seeing raw material, raw footage, and improvisations and sketches for what we are making, because the final edit is not yet complete. So Anthropocene is a multidisciplinary initiative that Arzu Askin and I, with Oliver Bearden, founded a couple of years ago. It was on the back burner for a while, and we're coming back to it now. And we are exploring the dynamic and reciprocal relationships between humans and the oceans, most much in its broadest context, recognizing that the sea is not a passive backdrop to human history, but a force that shapes cultures, livelihoods, and ways of life, whilst also being profoundly shaped by human actions. So despite moves in philosophy and experimental biology to aspire to an age of the Holocene or the Thuceline, and I would like to aspire to both of these things, from a practical conservation and ocean perspective, we are very much still in the Anthropocene, the geological epoch characterized by significant human impact on Earth's ecosystems and its climates. So our film, Tides of Connection, traces the entwined histories of human civilizations and three charismatic species, sharks, whales, and cod. My focus today is groundbreaking research on two distinct populations in the Indian Ocean, humpback whales of Reunion and tiger sharks in the Maldives. If it was the discovery of whale song that changed human perception of whales from commodity to complex society, organized not dissimilarly to our own, we hope to instigate a comparable cultural shift in perception of shark species, from dangerous megafauna to the only non-mammal to give birth to live young. But before I jump into our work in progress and the scientific research, what can art historical methods bring to these groundbreaking scientific stories? And how can ocean science hold art history to account? So I'm going to zoom out before I zoom in, and bear with me. For most of you, some of this will be familiar, but it's worth reiterating the significance of art and hydroaesthetics at a time of ecosystem collapse. So the arts of all media can be conceived as an index of cultures through history, and we've been seeing a lot of this so far this morning. It's a way of making sense of individual and collective experiences, an expression of beauty, emotion, life, memory, power, reconciliation, and respect. But not only do the arts chart and reflect cultures, they can actively make them, hold a mirror up to human inadequacies, hold decision makers to account, and change the ways in which humankind perceives itself and the world of which it's part. From this wide perspective, adopting an intermediate lens, specifically for me, the hydrovisual and hydrosonic in this presentation, is another or more particular form of intersectionality, a concept from sociology originally, which I'm sure you're familiar with. The method of intersectionality has been adopted by T.J. Demos in his pioneering book, Decolonizing Nature from 2016, which considers the untenable position of an autonomous art world and his conviction that environmentally engaged art bears the potential to both rethink politics and politicize art's relation to ecology. The book demonstrates the unhealthy domination of outdated methods, thinking, and perspectives from the global north in shaping policy, and how deeply entwined the biopolitical and eco-financial are. But Demos has another strand of engagement. He also advocates for an intersectional politics of aesthetics, where art no longer prioritizes the gallery-enclosed experience, a model that has grown out of the concept of the eco-museum, and I'm going to come back to that a bit later on. So if we can accept that the arts change the way we perceive the world and the way in which we live in it, we as art historians would be wise to attempt to unlock how the arts can have this profound effect. Breaking it down into sensory components as a starting point, we quickly realise that it's not so much what we see or hear or touch, but all of these that combine to demand our extreme attention and presence. We attend not only to the acoustic variation, but to the whole human sensorium, to personal psychologies and their infliction in our scholarly voices, to our awareness of the always mediated and contingent character of our characterization of things and ideas, to our capacities for consciousness in the face of blind and mechanical thought and action. By being present to our environment and our time, we acknowledge we are permeated and shaped by both. And so by way of example, I would like to offer 3 metaphorical frameworks, and in each case these are intermedial and intersectional thinking that underpin the engagement with ocean science. So first up is Christina Lee Podesva's Gesamtkunstkontext for the Swamp School Manual, which plays on the term Gesamtkunstwerk, or the total work of art, a combining of all media, which was made popular by the late 19th century German composer Richard Wagner. Podesna asks for a holistic and independent contextual matrix to challenge the despairing experiences of disconnection, conflict, competition, and alienation. And as one of her most engaged interlocutors, Andrew Patrizio, writes, the art histories that are most urgent for him to be written are those of comprehensiveness, connectedness, working simultaneously in several modalities. And it should go without saying that those are across media, all media, not solely the visual, and obviously we've seen a lot of that also this morning. My next example is the art historian Mark Cheatham's study of eco-art practice and auditory ecology, in which he adapts the category of the ecotone. He does this in relation to an extraordinary piece by the videographer and artist Paul Wald called Nor 9. This is actually a piece that was shot in the Arctic as part of a larger project called Alaska Variations. But it's a very good example of how the concept of an ecotone has been moved across from the visual and moved across from biology to the arts. The concept of an ecotone is a margin between ecosystems. It comes from the environmental sciences, and it offers a new mode for interpreting works of art that combine media to grapple with climate disruption. For scientists, an ecotone is the boundary between adjacent ecosystems. For example, an intermediary zone between grassland and a forest, which constitutes the ecotone that has characteristics of both ecosystems. So, in other words, you have species from both sorts of ecosystem, both sorts of environment, cohabiting in the in-betweenness between the forest and the grassland, or say the marginal space on a shoreline. The transition between two ecosystems may be abrupt or more commonly gradual. And because of the overlap between these ecosystems, these margins of ecotones usually contain a larger variety of species than either of the other two environments, or separate ecosystems. And it often also includes species that are unique to this transitional space, this ecotone. And the effect is known as an edge effect. So Mark Cheatham has argued how the ecotone is a fittingly complex, pliable, and resonant concept through which to think about sound in eco-art, a portmanteau that allows us to acknowledge that eco-art today is at once often auditory, visual, and textual. And I'm sure there are all sorts of other ways we can jump on the concept of the ecotone. This is just really the beginning of an art historian taking on a concept from environmental biology. And meanwhile, and these will probably be a more familiar example to you, Donna Haraway's adaptation of symbiogenesis for a philosophical framework of interdependency, what she calls a symbiosis, finds visual articulation in the extraordinary crochet coral reef, which I'm showing you on the left there.
a community artwork that so far includes around 8,000 makers, mostly women, from 27 countries. Like Lynn Margulis and Scott F. Gilbert, Haraway takes the concept of the holobiont, a vital codependency of two distinct species for their survival, such as the Hawaiian bobtail squid and the bioluminescent bacteria V. fischeri. So what you see here is the squid with its bioluminescent bacteria, so two distinct species that live as one. One cannot survive without the other. The bioluminescence is used by the squid for it to avoid being eaten. It makes it harder to see, and obviously the bacteria needs something to hang on to, and it hangs on to the squid. So this is a symbiotic assemblage, two species that are so entwined and interdependent that it was, for a long time, we thought that the bioluminescence was simply a property of the squid and not a separate organism at all. To extend her metaphor, we are holobiont with the ocean. Every second breath we take is oceanic. Literally, it makes more oxygen we breathe than all of the flora on terra firma. The arts must spend their considerable insights to oceanic thinking of all kinds for their survival and for humanity's survival depends on it. And this is the subject of our film, Tides of Connection. So in the remainder of this talk, I'd like to share our work in progress, still raw data and not the final edit. So my great colleague at the Sorbonne, Olivier Adam, is a bioacoustician, and he has for many years been working on the populations of humpback whales all over the globe. But I'm particularly showing you here the population in Réunion of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. So Olivier and his team have been using AI to start to decode the sound world of humpback whales. And they're doing this from song to percussive pectoral fin and tail flute slapping to identify meaning for specific behaviours such as breaching, travelling, feeding and suckling. So each of these distinct behaviours has a distinct sound. And to arias, all these become one mesmeric sound world. Whilst AI can speed up the search for acoustic patterns in hours of audio recording, it requires the film of these behaviours to make them match. And so in particular, for the last few years, his team has been able to tag humpback calves using minimally invasive suction cup tags, which carry high-resolution multi-sensor cameras as well as audio. And through these tags, they've been able to film for the first time suckling between calves and the mothers, which until now has been a hidden and very intimate behaviour, not least because the team discovered that this happens at depth. So for young calves, only 2% of their time is actually spent feeding, which is remarkable considering they grow up to 3 centimetres a day with daily weight gain of 35 to 40 kilograms. So here is a calf's eye view, which is, of course, very different to the glossy images that we all see on the Blue Planet. My second example in this whistle-top tour is the Tiger Shark project program, which is being run by Arzu under her NGO Miaru. And this is based in Fubara in the Maldives. And she's been pioneering new technologies of underwater ultrasounds to radically reorientate humanity's relationship to sharks. Tiger Bay of the southern tip of Fubara Island has long been known for its steady population of tiger sharks, but why they congregated was speculation until now. The presence of embryos observed in 93% of adult shark species, adult tiger sharks, suggests that the island functions as a gestation ground for pregnant tiger sharks. Showing sharks as mothers transforms our understanding of these predators. And using case studies from the only national shark sanctuary in the world's most heavily fished region, Arzu's work showcases how the sharks are now valued not for their fins, but for their role in thriving marine ecosystems and local economies. It captures a global shift from exploitation to fear and reconnection. So, in both examples, cutting-edge technology is enabling us to eavesdrop on the most unknown moments of the lives of these most enigmatic species. Both were once revered as gods in various cultures before their commodification for oil and meat. Whilst anthropomorphizing other species has been decried by traditions of empirical scientific research, new conservation strategies recognize the power of connection that discoveries of similarities between other species and our own can bring. So the STEM eco points not only to the symbiotic social model of an ecosystem or balanced ecology, but to low intervention, environmentally more sustainable practices. And whilst in the humanities and arts more widely, the eco-museum movement encourages an exploration of artifacts in situ, which prevents some of the carbon guzzling practices of shipping artworks around the world. It's hardly practicable for most people to visit the populations that I've shown just now. So as I was talking, I was hoping that you would have been listening to a raw recording of conversations of humpbacks off Reunion, and I hope you have heard a few of that. And as we are in our time, sitting in the lecture theatre, ocean time, the time of the humpbacks, driven by phases of the moon and the tides, is running, an experiential duration, not humanity's fragmented clock. And as we sit in our acoustically padded bubble, so too is humpback song travelling in a flash across thousands of miles through a liquid realm. the conductive properties of water, enabling conversations literally 6,000 miles apart, which, when you add in something like the sound of a ship, can be very, very distracting. So very, very briefly, I'd like to show you the final part of our film, which is where we've become more artistic, and I know that we're very, very short on time. So here is a satellite image of the seabed. It's been digitally manipulated by a great colleague and friend using various bands of colour to make visible what is normally invisible to the eye. And this image includes not only the seabed, but you can see instances of dredging and of anthropogenic impacts like energy infrastructure. And I have the first sample of the sound recording that is being made alongside. I'll let that play while I keep talking. So there's been an upsurge in creation of works of eco-art, sound performance and visual art addressing the negative anthropogenic impacts. These are necessary but insufficient. Anthropocene exists not only to interrogate these impacts but to offer hope. And so through a series of unfolding projects, this is the beginning of our work. Adopting Kustak and Meyer's involutionary approach, we are working from a standpoint where we are trying to build ties of connection. Ways of showing invention and experiments of crafting interspecies lives and worlds. And this is the future really for all of us, to move the ocean from something that was out of sight and out of mind and exploitative to a living, breathing, enchanting foundation on which we will depend. Thanks.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can I invite all three of the speakers? Okay, guys, thank you so much for these three really fascinating presentations. And I have, a ton of questions to ask about the relationship between, for instance, sound and violence, between silenced archive and histories of migration, and so on. But I think that in the interest of time, as we have some technical issues, I think I would rather the audience be able to engage with the three of you, and so maybe we can open it to questions instead, which will go on for about 10 minutes, if that's okay with everybody. Does anyone want to start us off? You can address your question to any of the speakers or to all of the speakers. Oh, okay. Well, so I get to ask a question. Oh no, there we go. Somebody in the back, please. Andrew.
Something was the, first of all, thank you all for fantastic presentations, very interesting approaches. The thing that I've been thinking about lately as when it comes to archives and being able to, even if there is the vaguest for picture, it gets abstracted, gets sent into disparate parts. Do you have any strategies for becoming further abstractions of archives of data, of things being digitized and affected with, potentially with AI, with the idea of keeping kind of archival truth, even though it might not be such a reliable thing to engage with the medium-term future?
Does anyone want to comment first? Is it addressed to a specific person?
It's interested in general. If any of you have any ideas, i.e., anything some from the practices that you think might be something to keep in mind in going into the future.
Are you coming from an ethical point of view or artistic strategy point of view?
I suppose the idea of clinging hold of what is true, what is verifiable, what's, what we can say is real, something that is already solved on record.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a stab.
It's a tricky one, obviously. It's something I think about a lot. My training was in history, capital H history, and then I became a truth-seeking journalist and foreign correspondent for the first 10 years of my career, and then I came to art later in life. I haven't really made a decision about that personally, but I do see that a lot of artists are now using AI to conjure into the gaps in the archive. Personally, I haven't chosen to do it, especially on things that I'm actually researching as a historian, and where it's other people's material. I think when I've collected these oral histories, I've not actually done any speculation on them even. Where my speculative methodology comes in is only with respect to my own family history, and where it's more future looking. The other half of the Magic Lanterns intervention that I didn't show here has to do with my son. My son was born in 2020 and into COVID, into a time of world crisis as well. And so I use this kind of speculation as a way of thinking about intergenerational, transgenerational inheritance. So that's where I feel at liberty to speculate. I'm not sure yet what to do about the stuff, the other people's things, because that still counts for some kind of evidence, even though it's orally transmitted and can no longer be triple verified, which is the kind of rule for truth. But I mean, a lot of people are making aesthetically very interesting works using AI and dropping it into, a piece of archival imagery. I think I enjoy them aesthetically, but I'm not really sure what to make of them yet for what they give us.
I think that's a great question. I also think that perhaps we might think of AI as a tool of critical fabulation, perhaps. Critical fabulation is something that Chris, you mentioned that you draw from in your work as well, especially in the previous piece where you're kind of investigating the history of indentured free labor. And as you mentioned, Charlotte, AI has a kind of huge role in sort of translating the language of whales and sharks.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we're not using AI in any fabulative or speculative way. It is simply the fastest way to identify patterns, so then we can pinpoint particular behaviours and particular conversations. So
Smart tool of research.
It's a tool of research for the Sorbonne colleagues.
Chris, you have any comments?
No, sorry, no.
Not on this topic, fine. Be secretive. Do you have any other questions? Yes, please.
Chris and
Gian.
Because there was a slight overlap with Chris. You talked about the finding the East Asian names in the English, and in talking about the history of the emergency being known. It's not as it's not yet much representative post-war British history from a British perspective. With the work that you're doing, what would your hope be for redressing those narratives? As particularly with your work, I was struck with the figures you were quoting in terms of displacement and also the actual fatalities. There has been some success in putting the contemporary Malbal. That now features within British art historiographies. Obviously, doesn't.
Where do I begin? I mean, that's the real reason I do the work. It's that, it's missing in the discourse around British Empire history. I recently wrote an essay for the House of World Cultures in Berlin. It's online, it's in the magazine, which begins with a description of the British Pavilion in Venice last year, John Conference Pavilion, which, I'm such a fangirl, but he speaks directly about addressing the legacies of British Empire, as well as the toxicity in the land left behind by colonialism, but Malaya is entirely missing in the pavilion. And so, it was just emblematic of, the fact that Malaya is entirely missing in the memory discourse. Not just in Britain, but it's also somewhat silenced in Singapore and Malaysia, the former colonies where this war actually took place. My hope, obviously, in doing all this work over the last almost 15 years is to open up those conversations that need to be had in both former metropole and former colonies. And the Maumau is more in the news for various reasons. There was a big court case where they won reparations from Britain, and Malaya's never had this legal success. The court case around Malaya was thrown out of court as being too dated, so there was never any legal, basically juridically it's run out of road. And politically as well, it's more or less out of road. So for me, I've become convinced that art is the remaining platform through which to address this particular war. I think it was just at the end of March that the British government issued an acknowledgement of the one massacre from Malaya, Baton Kali. So it's a fairly recent kind of acknowledgement of mass killing in Malaya, but it stopped short of an apology. And I don't think we should hold our breath for any kind of legal or political redress or reparations to speak of on Malaya. It's just my hope that it sort of is given its place in the memory discourse in Britain and in the former colonies. The Imperial War Museum is in fact doing an exhibition that opens in October this year around Kenya, Cyprus, and Malaya, and we've been in touch, but the conversations have not been. I'm not holding my breath too closely. I think they will do their best, and I think it's well intentioned, but I think there's a body of research out there that is possibly not going to be reflected.
Did you have comments?
Yeah, I guess because this is a very kind of specific project, there was a brief, and I didn't know what to do, and then I went to Manchester, and I kind of thought about this encounter that I had before, and for me, I was less interested in sort of kind of digging into the bigger historical context in relationship to the British Empire. I was more interested in, even with my previous work, Subsea Signals, with the very limited material, I do want to focus on, these kind of previously kind of marginalized group and what was happening in between them, and instead of kind of shifting the light to the British Empire. And I think obviously there's a lot of sort of ambivalence. There's uneasiness even with sort of questioning the politics of why am I not kind of focusing on sort of the bigger minority here, but rather the minority within the minority, to use Dr. Chloe Lee's words. And even with Winnie, we understood that the brief was sort of a starting point, and what we were asked to make was a work in progress. So I never saw that, I worked on it for like 3 months. I never saw that it was finished kind of sound piece. Like I think I had this idea even from the beginning that I want to use it for like a bigger film later once I don't know, get funding to make it. But I think it's perhaps this sort of small fragments that's sort of accumulative in the process, kind of searching a little bit, kind of working with the musicians in a very free style way. I do think those bigger questions become almost dissolved and becomes fragmented, and I don't know, for me that's sort of, for me feels more of an honest way to respond to something that's so absent, or that's simply there's nothing to choose about.
Just to also say, we're trying to land a 1 hour performance here, so if anyone has any ideas of theatres or festivals, do share.
That was a good pitch. I mean, the performative is another really interesting element to think of all your practice in various ways. And even, of course, in the format of kind of lecture performances and in the kind of theatrical manifestation of that. And Charlotte, you being a musician and somebody who engages with that element of things. And so, in terms of sound and the capacity of sound as different registers, the difference between voice, sound, song, and music, I think these are all kind of different frequencies and sonic geographies that also chime with Susan and Mal's talks earlier today in different ways. And I wonder if you could just we could end by just asking each of you to reflect on this idea of polyphony, performance, and also this idea of lived experience, perhaps. Right? You can pick one of those three terms to make a comment on. Right? Charlotte.
Yeah, okay, me first. Well, I wish you'd had more time to hear the piece that is accompanying the film. I think you had about 3 seconds of it. It unfolds from our sort of heartbeat. It then uses whale song and builds from there. It is a fast sketch and improvisatory in its own right, and obviously we will have voiceover over the top. So we are being sort of quite polyphonic about the way that we're trying to present things. So trying to go from these instances of using the raw whale song that needs nothing else to then weaving a more poetic expression into the way that we are presenting the sonic world of the subsea. Is that an immediate sort of answer?
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I kind of talk a lot about kind of maybe a little bit about performance and the relationship between performance and the work and sort of the reality of kind of the work and the kind of the narrative of the work. I think I never I guess it's, at the end of the day, as my therapist tells me, you have to come back to reality. There's a way, there's a line you have to draw, which is important. And I think I often enjoy that process. I think when I started working with musicians before with Wuhan Pang, the musician was missing. I couldn't work with the real living musician. But from 2021 with Kevin and Kat, we kind of established this really kind of trusting relationship where, in a way that sort of part of, sometimes we talk for like an hour over coffee and then they would send me something when I don't even have a project. I think in the beginning I was really kind of, I was confused. I didn't know what to respond because it's kind of like, I did not ask for it. But I think that was something I started appreciating about the whole idea of the improvisation or the idea of the free jazz, kind of the spirit is that it's those lines. I think it's important to have boundaries, but those lines, when they become dissolved and when you sort of work into sort of your encounters and music and sort of back and forth, I think there's something, and also sort of the friendship that you establish with these people that you work with, there's something quite remarkable that might come out of it. And I think I do hope eventually I want to move into bigger productions, but when I do that, I do want to work with the same people that I started perhaps 5-10 years ago, and I think I want to keep working with this group of people because the relationship, the encounters, is so much present and as part of the work as well.
Yeah, that sort of connectivity that Mal was talking about this morning as well, kind of sustained relationship with artists and projects. A quick comment from you?
I think the whole project is meant to sort of introduce a polyphonic and prismatic view on this particular piece of history and other decolonization histories, I guess. I came upon the sung by these elderly veterans because having made, interviews and writing and making pictures and all that, somehow it was the songs that it's an embodied memory that really just moved the work into a different register and made me experience the whole history in a different way. And so I decided to intercut different people singing the same two songs into a work. There's something about that different register of sound and song that moves us in a different way, that speaks to different frequencies in our bodies. Performance, I'm an accidental performer, but I've come to have to embrace that role. And so it's totally different from the visual art in that there is an energy in the room when you perform, and there is a kind of giving back from the audience. And I found that to be very interesting. It's a captive audience for an hour. And I mean, yes, maybe, but there's a kind of a two-way flow. And so that shifts things as well. Yeah.
Thank you. On that note of intimacy and connectivity, perhaps it's a good time for us to break for the lunch break before we come back for our second afternoon session. And so please try to be back at 2:45, please. And please join me in thanking our...
Hi again, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch break. We think it's a nice sort of, alternating between different parts of our brain to now move to a screening section. And in respecting time, I'm just gonna be quicker than I intended initially. The next screening capsule during the planning process has become known as, or the next part of the screening has become known as screening capsule, and then we started referring to it as hydrospheres. We will be showing two film segments from two artist films of about 15 minutes each. One from artist Subsea Signals' recent work, The Rivers They Don't See, which premiered at last year's Bangkok Biennial and which will be shown at Subsea Signals' first institutional show actually in Germany at Kessler Gesellschaft in Hanover. That opens tomorrow, so very exciting for her. Followed by artist Hui's film Long Time Between Sunsets and Underground Waves from 2021. And the still of this poster is from his work. The work that resulted from an artist residency on Pulau Dinawan in Malaysia in 2019. Both artists have also kindly recorded a brief commentary after to share with us today for some additional context in their own words. Both works delve into regional hydrospheres, ancient waterways that serve as ecological, economic, and social lifelines that have experienced landscape interventions changing the trajectory of the bodies of water and that of the many lives that live from it, on it, through it, and more. The Rivers They Don't See takes us to the border of Myanmar and Thailand along the River Ping, which reveals interconnections between water usage, political control, and ecological consequences. From scenes of rural villages nestled in the nearby hills and whose inhabitants mostly work as migrant workers in nearby factories, to big cargo ships serviced by the laborers, the synchronized two-channel film's audio mainly highlights the natural sounds of what is documented, such as the perpetual rain and movement and labor along the river. Only in two instances does the viewer get a contextual glimpse into conversations. At the beginning of the film, the group is gathered with an elderly stating that they feel unsafe, the community feels unsafe, alluding to conflict perpetuated by the government. Later in the film, the scene takes us onto a boat where a seemingly casual chat takes place between people that reveals that the workers are from neighboring Myanmar, showing language and cultural barriers and the harsh reality of working in the fish sauce factory. Supaparinya combines documentary research with experimental visual strategies, employing media such as video, photography, installations, and sculpture. Born in 1973 and based out of Chiang Mai in northern Thailand, Supaparinya has long been exploring the interconnections of landscape interventions, political threat, and human resilience. An affective experience transcends her research and practice, exploring the histories of complex environmental systems and extraction, crisscrossing out of the regional context surrounding the artist's home base. Moving to artist Hui's work, Long Time Between Sunsets and Underground Waves, we quite literally then take a deep dive into a seemingly tropical setting of an island in the Malaysian archipelago and follow two narratives that at first seem unrelated, but are in fact deeply intertwined. There's the man who's imprisoned on the island, and that of a spectral presence from deep beneath the ocean, all-seeing and all-knowing. This pair of cycling voices share fundamentally similar experiences. They're two identities unable to receive acknowledgement, two bodies unable to arrive ashore, perpetually stuck and trapped, it seems, by the same fate. Based out of Beijing, Hu's interest in silenced and local microhistories or archives using the cinematic frame as a means to process and reflect on the way in which transpersonal narratives of social, cultural and historical belonging structure our experience. His work unfolds through research, translation, imagination, combining moving images and essayist aesthetics to explore the porous and speculative connections between art and reality, as well as the precarious relationship between affect and value judgments in different political and economic contexts. As the film then progresses, the viewer learns that the man is part of a big community of workers as part of a refugee visa scheme that allows migrant laborers to work and move about within only 20 kilometers of their residence. He hasn't left the island in 23 years, not because he doesn't want to, but because he has nowhere to go. This fact not only exacerbated by the copious amount of water quite literally surrounding him and the island. His fate, moreover, alludes to Project IC, an alleged plan by the Malaysian government in the 1990s to illegally bring in Muslim immigrants and give them temporary residence permit cards to boost election results. Later, the permits were revoked, leaving most stateless and without a future, being afloat. The other presence, unnamed in the film, transcends forms of flora and fauna and can be perceived or received as an omniscient narrator, having experienced eons, eras, and generations, and it speaks on behalf of the island and its ecosystems, and it becomes increasingly evident to the viewer, to us, that it takes an antagonistic position to the humans who shape, intervene, exploit, extract the island, but also each other. So coming to an end, lastly, having viewed both films, I here refer to writer Wang Wan's article on Hui's work, and he quotes Jojo Agamben, "Man must recognize himself in a non-man in order to be human." Now we can play the first segment. Thank you.
Ya pero con ahí, pata de uma. Ko le tuwa khale da ke ta ka ta ke uma. Sai ta ka ta sai da la ke ni ko bom sai da du. Khana tu wa bom ka da ko le tu wa bu ba. Ka tu pona ke bam ma lu ke pra bu. Ini ke ni ya.
ดินน้ำลมไฟไม่มีค่ามีดูแค่การพิจารณาดินน้ำลมไฟไม่มีอยู่กลางทำถึงพอใจอากาศไปทั่วคนทางไปถึงพอใจอากาศไปทั่วคนทางดินน้ำลมไฟไม่มีอยู่กลางคือพอใจร่างกายไปทั่วทาง
โรงงานน้ำปลามันอยู่แถวนั้นเลยใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวนะใช่ไอ้ท่อปล่องๆนั้นปะแถวๆนั้นปะโรงงานน้ำปลาแต่เราก็อยู่แถวนั้นกันเลยนั่นเลยหรือว่าเนี่ยยังพูดดูเรื่องไงเนี่ยฟังดูเรื่องไงเนี่ยคุยกันดูเรื่องพูดชัดด้วยนะแค่พูดน้องเองอันนี้พูดมาอันนี้
สถานีต่อไปสะพานตากสินประตูรถจะเปิดด้านขวา Next station สะพานตากสิน Doors will open on the right hand side of the train.
Hello, greetings to all honorable speakers and participants of the Asymmetry International Symposium 2025. This theme made after my previous work related to Pink River, which I did in 2012. It came from my concern about the future plan for a large-scale hydrothermal project that diverts water from Sarawin River basin to fill in a dry landscape of the lake of the Pink River. The official title of the plan is Phumipon Reservoir Inflow Augmentation Project from the Yuam River to the Phumipon Reservoir. The Yuam River shares the basin and connects to Sarawin River, which is a border of Thailand and Myanmar in the west-north of Thailand. It is a large-scale project to be implemented in the Sarawin River basin on the western border of Thailand bordering Myanmar. Although the project does not entail the construction of dam on the Sarawin River, it is viewed as preventing the free flow of water into the Sarawin River by diverting water from tributary of the Sarawin. Meaning, under the project, water from both rivers would be diverted to replenish the water supply of the Phumipon Dam. Instead of focusing on only the construction plan area, I plan to portray the overview of the impact of this project that may occur by mapping the area before and after the project and connecting the route of how water would travel. In parallel to the movement of humans who would be forced to relocate or migrate from home. It is a documentary film, except there are a few scenes where locals act out real-life roles. It was challenging for me to convince them to cooperate because they were not used to acting in front of the camera and were afraid of the unknown. Working in this way was an invaluable experience to me. It starts with building trust, then using community guidance and management, talking and planning with them and letting them improvise. The downside is that I was nervous because I couldn't plan ahead as much as I could due to the next shoot rely on what we found on the new location and continue the storyline from what we previously shot too. However, that's also make me excited about making documentaries, which makes me feel amazing about having a real world experience. The route in the film begins in a refugee camp in Myanmar on the Sarawin River, where conflicts in the country from the current war have forced them to flee from a land that is tied to their way of life, traditions, and culture. When they crossed the river to migrate to neighboring countries such as Thailand, their lives were forever changed. These routes are waterways and human migration routes that are forced due to conflict and changes in the landscape. The route starts from current state in Myanmar to northern and central Thailand. As you can see, that also including capital city Bangkok. The journey finally ends at the ocean, which opens your imagination to what the water will become and what it will be like next. Thank you all for listening.
Memasuki hutan dalam seperti jejak, ingatnya adalah haiwan liar. Menunggu sampai hari sudah lewat, terjatuh ke dalam laut, dari pecahan ke dalam dan tenggelam ke bawah. Polis laut sudah 2 hari di atas bot laju menuju ke pulau. Saya adalah orang balik ke laut, yang asalnya dikenali sebagai ikan di laut dan berubah menjadi mamalia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Moga-moga Molohing sihat walafiat. Punya lebat demi hujan semalam, termimpi pula aku sama kamu semua. Di mimpi saya, ombak lautan yang kuat, kamu semua pula tidur puas-puas di dek kapal, bilang mau terus layar balik kampung. Atas bot pula semuanya monyet, balik-balik melompat-lompat gila punya bising. Aku mau tangkap mereka semua, tapi semua hilang masa aku mau tangkap dorang. Aku mengayuh sampan mengejar kapal kamu dari belakang. Hendak aku nampak kamu semua. Pedih hati aku seketika mengenang. Tiba-tiba terbangun aku terkejut. Begitulah saya kejar pada malam itu. Sangatlah penat.
When the first time I'm here, I always get into fight with them, because we don't allow. This is private property, so the boss asked me to be in charge at that time. So he tell me like, if outsider come here and don't allow them to come, don't just say no. But they just come like 2 or 3 boats and bring all the family, and then I told them nicely, okay, I'm sorry, but you cannot come to this. But they don't listen. They just go like everywhere.
Aku rasa inilah suratnya yang tidak ditakdirkan untuk mengalir bersama-sama arus lautan. Sejak kamu dihantar balik, banyaklah sangat nyamuk di sini. Biasanya kita akan letak rumpai di atas api untuk menghalaukan nyamuk. Kadang-kadang perlunya bakar sampah, disertai dengan baunya yang menyengat. Kebanyakan orang sini sama umur dengan aku. Kita ada kepercayaan yang sama, tapi sudah hendak berdoa. Betapa berharganya air tawar di pulau. Hendaklah saya berupaya berdoa dan bersembahyang seperti kamu. Moga-moganya Allah akan memberkati musim hujan pada tahun akan datang. Melohing, terfikir aku pada kamu masa terbakarnya rumput ranting di sini. Aku ingat kamu selalu pandang keluar dan diam berkata, api sudah menyala, malahan sudah larut. Hendakkan ada lagi pelawat kan? Aku masih ingat tapa benci rumput yang dekat rumah. Dia bilang mestilah kena potong. Batasan tanah mestilah tetap jelas. Dah tiada lagi tempat perlindungan di kampung halaman. Kemanalah kamu akan pergi? Cahaya bakaran sebegitu makin berkarangan sejak penebangan hutan.
Saya mengejek kehalupan manusia, peninggalan keribuatan dicaplok oleh tumbuhan. Mereka memandang rendah kemampuan pemulihan saya. Sempatan laut ini tidak pernah wujud sehingga serangan penjajah. Saya dapat melintasi sempatan geografi, tetapi tercelus dalam lapisan pada masa antara masa yang lalu dan masa depan. Walau bagaimanapun, pulau ini tempat yang dalamnya menerima saya. Saya ialah hidupan yang paling bengeng dan paling pelik. Dia mempunyai tumbuh-tumbuhan yang paling berdaya dan mata air yang paling aktif. Kami menerima mangsa dan pelarian yang tersebar di merata-rata tempat.
是说他们在小的时候，爸爸妈妈把他们留下了，然后爸爸妈妈可能有一些是不在了，然后他们有一些小小张的，就是他们在这边出生出世，但是没有这边的身份证，因为他们不是马来西亚人嘛，对。
Because of the politics also, they like for like an election, every time for election, they need these people. Yeah, so this government make like a identification for them, and they can go for election.
Tidak ada orang hendak datang ke sini. Tempat ini sungit senyap seperti dipandang sebagai tempat nahas dari zaman purba lagi. Saya terdampar dalam gempuran dan tidak sadar sudah berapa lama. Air laut pun sudah surut. Jika ada orang datang, saya mengembumikan diri dalam batang rumput, menunggu kesempatan untuk menerkam dari jauh.
Jadi aku tengok batasan tanah yang baru, terus macam ada binatang liar yang limpas. Terkejut saya. Aku cakap sama diri sendiri, kemungkinannya babi hutan. Semasa itu, aku teringat Moholing ceritakan kepada kami pasal harimau berkeliaran di pulau dan betapa garangnya dia menggigit orang-orang Cina yang tengah bekerja di hutan tersebut. Aku pun tak tahanlah sampai aku menggigil ketakutan. Coba Moholing teka macam mana kemudiannya. Aku terserempak sebuah sampan berdekatan terbengkalai dengan corak yang serupa harimau. Aku terus menyeret, sangatlah berat dia pula asyik terjatuh. lalu menjadi makin pudar. Bahkan belang hitamnya pun terus pudar. Ia akhirnya betul-betul jadi ikan besar.
Malam adalah masa kepunyaan saya. Saya menjelma menjadi roh selepas matahari terbenam.
So this is like very very long, and if you go to the trail behind, or if you go to the jungle behind, you can it's not that you can see, but if you are lucky, you can see like a cliff. Last time they sweep here, they found like whole chili, like a ring, like really antique thing. And sometimes they find human bones, and they do find also like a big like a missile. So but we cannot, the owner don't let us to tell everyone, because if we tell anyone outside, they might close this island.
Mari, biarkan saya menyeret kamu ke bawah laut untuk mengetahui kegembiraan yang berlebihan ini. Ianya bukan pencopotan yang terselamat, bukan juga perasaan kepuasan, tetapi rangsangan dari saraf sampai ke seluruh dunia fisikal. Walaupun reruntuh tidak merujuk manusia secara terus terang, tetapi sememangnya ini ialah cerita kamu. Dan saya hendak kamu melihat besi yang tercedera, air laut yang tinggi, jendera yang tidak berfungsi, dan tubuh batan yang hilang. Semuanya adalah impak dan tekanan berasal dari dunia bukan manusia terhadap organ manusia. Siapakah saya sebenarnya? Kenapa saya boleh bernafas dengan oksigen cecair? Adakah saya keturunan variasi mangsa kedamakan manusia? Atau adakah saya adalah spesies yang lebih maju?
Kemungkinan lama kemudian, tidak akan ada orang perasan kehilanganku.
Akan menyadari kehilangan saya juga.
Ku yang tetap rindu akan kamu. Pastikan jaga diri. Azmir.
Hi, this is Hu Wei from Beijing. Thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to show my film in the symposium. But because of the time limits, I can only show a short clip out of 15 minutes film. I just give a very short introduction about the project. Long time between the sunsets and the underground waves showed an image of a stateless labor scattered around the Malay archipelago and examines the mutual interventions between human activities and nature from the perspective of an island. By adopting a semi-documentary, semi-fictional approach, the work explores the multiple relationships between the island's economy, geography, and biopolitics. The film challenges the conventional narrative structure with its emphasis on ghosts, haunting, and fantasy, meant to evoke a non-human or post-human perspective. In the film, the island seems to be a closed-off circulatory ecosystem and economy. Located not too far offshore from the mainland, the development of tourist infrastructure has just begun. While the influence of the tides still imposes limits on people's daily lives and economic activities. Late at night, the dense forest is haunted by ghosts and apparitions. Perhaps because the spirit of the island's indigenous people has not yet disappeared. Under the surface of the sea, legends and superstitious beliefs about mythical creatures and nomadic Baiju people still circulate, much like the second-generation immigrants featured in the film, residing on the island, surrounded by the Java Sea, the South China Sea, and the Sulu Sea. The island was supposed to be built as a tourist resort, therefore a temporary group of people, a stateless labor, doing construction work there. And in talking to them, I found out that they were all the descendants of people came to Sabah as political refugees in 70s. Just to give a bit background of this period history. From 70s to 80s, the Sabah government, UNO, began to purposely bring in Filipinos and Indonesian Muslim refugees and turn them into local citizens through various bleaching procedures. This policy was called Project IC, a program that allows these refugees to vote in elections and act as what we call ghost voters, ghost votes. This completely changed the demographics and political ecology in that region, rapidly marginalizing the indigenous community. However, most refugee citizenship got deregistered after the election. Some became illegal immigrants and some were stateless. These young fellows I met on the island are mostly Baiju people from the Sulu Sea region, and people call them sea nomads. They have no land, no idea about territories, and their concept about borders, national borders, is more based on their physical perception. The areas reachable by boat. The people featured in the film are also about lives without political identities, lives that composed of animism and spiritualities. It also has something to do with the racial capitalism, I would say. These stateless Filipino and Baijiu people are, on the one hand, subjected to establishment and the system of the modern state in terms of identity, race, nationality, etc. In this sense, we would call it a kind of bare life. But on the other hand, they also offer me an imagination of resistance and escapes, a possibility of crossing borders, national boundaries, and races with their mobility like water. Just as the underwater kingdom that the techno band Drexia constructed in 90s in their music album. It could also be an exit or bug of contemporary capitalism. In the film, I try to physically intimate a creature's perspective in observing human activities, from the cliff to the sea horizon, to the bottom of the sea in a vertical way. The post-human state of being stateless and mythology of Makara in Southeast Asia and the South China Sea provide a fictional narrative based on the realistic life, weaving their personal histories with colonial history, killing and suffering. It's like the concept of a specter. It is neither present or absent, neither dead or alive.
We're going to receive for our last panel. Could you just get seated and start in a minute or so? Hey. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for staying with us through the very end. My name is Clara Chiwei-Pei. I'm the program curator at Asymmetry, and I'm very honored to be here today to introduce to you our next and very last panel of the day, Digital Flows. Our first speaker is Iris Long, a writer and independent curator whose research focuses on the megastructures of science and technology in China and the psychogeography of technoscience. Without further ado, let's welcome to the stage Iris Long.
Thank you for the invitation, and yeah, if I start to ramble a bit, please forgive me because I'm kind of brain dead at this moment after such a really nourishing but also quite a long day. Yeah, so I'll be the title of the thing that I'm going to present today is called Consumers, Hypervisibility and Middle Imaging Data Infrastructure. Just carrying on with Aaron just shared, yes, I will start also with the satellite image. So in 2017, all the iCloud users in China, including myself, we received a notification saying that Apple's iCloud service in China would henceforth be operated by a place or company called Guizhou Cloud Big Data Industry. In Chinese, it's called Yinshang Guizhou. And all user data will be stored in Apple in this very first data center for Apple in Asia, actually. So the iCloud in Asia will be has been relocated to Guizhou, China, and in this newly built campus called Gui'an New Area, Gui'an Xinxu. And I got very curious, so I started to search on the satellite map, like where exactly it was. So I was searching on Google Map, and I actually found it. So if you search Apple Data Center iCloud in China, you will end up in a very specific address, which is about 50 kilometers south of Guiyang, the provincial capital of Guizhou. And when I tried to zoom in a bit further, I encountered this very strange visual kind of misalignment, which is this desolate mountain ridges merged with this very neutral toned architecture, like very slick Apple Store style looking thing on the data center itself. And I think the shadows also overlapped a little bit, which created a feeling of it being half submerged in the highly pixelated soil of the digital terrain. So I just got more curious, so I just took a little bit like a satellite map journey. So I let the digital map kind of glides across entire Guian region, and I've noticed that new names actually kind of surfaced one after another. So I realized that there were Tencent, Huawei, Foxconn. So through this sort of satellite journey, I found out that actually over the past decade, more than 30 data farms or data centers have been established in the same region in Guizhou. And in this very specific satellite image, a time lapse, I also noticed a rapid kind of metamorphosis that unfolded. So like shanty towns transformed into cities, hills were flattened, and bridges and tunnels pierced through these natural barriers that once separated the mountains and rivers. And just as everything seems to be sort of time traveling or timely progressing smoothly, I encountered a very blurry part of the map, which is this piece of cloud that suddenly appeared at the center of the screen. It's a pixelated mass of white void, slowly engulfing the entire frame. And that specific piece of cloud, symbolic of computer networks in historian Hu Tonghui's terms, also an epistemological ghost that is haunting and fleeting in its very presence. And then this piece of cloud, digital and material and physical, has become the subject of my long-term research called Under the Cloud. And ever since that satellite journey, I have embarked on a journey, a physical one, called Under the Cloud. So it's kind of like centering of the 云上贵州, the iCloud of Apple. And it was also my attempt to pierce through the white fog that was surrounding the satellite maps to penetrate the metaphor of the cloud, widely known as the skeleton, the material backbone of digital infrastructure, and the ubiquitous and ever-elusive layer of cloud, which is more of the linguistic one when we refer to the notion of digitality. So the journey seeks to interrogate the infrastructure that quietly modulates contemporary technological experiences from behind the scenes, using Guizhou, the city, Guiyang city, as an expansive case study that kind of spanned in the past 4 years for me. And it was composed of a series of site visits. And the sites we visited actually during this 4 or 5 years research are not only merely like links in the chain reaction that were triggered by the construction or the burst of a series of data center construction in the region, but rather there were nodes in a network of meaning that was summoned, assembled, and configured around the still very vague concept to me, the cloud, which is also a network constructed through not just multiple server farms and cables, but also multiple languages that are natural, technological, descriptive, analytical, hyperbolic, ambiguous, material, and discursive. So these data centers that were constructed in Guiyang in the past actually 10 years are convergence points where the really big, vast undersea cables meet the land. And it was here at the data centers in which signals transmitted by global submarine cables are gathered and distributed and redistributed. And at the base of a certain narrative, we assume that exists as global connectivity. This node sometimes symbolized the evolution of the global cloud computing structure from a more kind of homogeneous notion of cloud to a more geographically distributed cloud. Or in other words, the digital sea that links the world is being severed into inland lakes. I think Guizhou for me is totally an inland lake of the digital ocean. So from the perspective of data sovereignty and operational structure, obviously mainland China's iCloud is separated from the iClouds in other parts of the world. So it's not really connected to the submarine networks. And certainly, this also reflects a kind of microcosm of the discourse on technological geopolitics and fragmentation of the idea of the global internet infrastructure. But what really interests me is not the fragmentation as an outcome or result viewed from a satellite or a macro point of view, but more of the multiple projections of that fragmentation that is observed through the act of traversing and submerging. So how is this implanted digital inland lake interact with the region's own environmental history, the micro scale of everyday life, retrospection of its own past, especially its industrial past of the surf farm movement in Maoist China, and also the promises
for the future. So I'm more interested in the act of actually going under the cloud. And also, I was interested in how this kind of state-level projects, like, for example, Eastern data, Western computing, 东数西算, transform the seemingly abstract and intangible digitality into resources. Like, for example, data, just like water and electricity, is seen currently as a form of resource that can be regionally redistributed within a national scale territory. So water, in this kind of ever-shifting forms, lays a fluid, undefined environmental foundation for the looting of those data centers, but at the same time, it also provides an existential condition, a state of eco-ambiguity for the presence of those data farms. And to understand it actually requires a very specific kind of knowledge or passage, whether it means by piercing through the clouds from a satellite gaze all the way to the bottom, or diving into the submarine depths of the digital ocean. And in the discourse of what we vaguely call critical infrastructure studies, there actually has been a long tradition of emphasizing kind of two parallel concepts. So the first one is about the idea of concealment or being invisible. So the idea of infrastructure is only kind of revealed its own existence when it's broken down. And we have very extreme cases such as a lot of data centers across the world are actually constructed in sort of like a Cold War military bunkers, nuclear bunkers. And what I also find interesting is also in the same time a parallel notion of hyper-visibility. So like, for example, like a lot of tech companies actually construct a notion of making themselves transparent and hyper-visible that is essentially a deliberate overexposure designed to create or achieve another form of concealment. So if you go to Google's official website, you will encounter this crazy page, just like they have like profile images of the technician who work at the data center in like very thick professional portraits, and saying like, okay, I'm telling you the existence of all my nodes, and I'm telling you the profile of all my contractors and employees, so I'm actually reviewing it from inside. But actually, I think there was also Lisa Parks who said like, this notion of hypervisibility is actually another form of concealment. But I agree. I think both of this kind of analytical framework are observable in my field in Guizhou. Especially the timeline of my research actually really goes in parallel with the construction timeline of a lot of data centers in Guiyang. So once, like, for example, this is Tencent, so like once it's completed, they become increasingly difficult to access. This one, for example, is built within these artificial tunnels that are basically dug out of this small hill. And once it's actually finished, it will require very little human attendance and just to for its daily operation, because it's a highly automated data center with a lot of AI, I guess, embedded in it. So I think, also like on the other hand, the notion of hypervisibility of big data in Guizhou is not just about the data centers themselves, but also the notion of like big data is becoming the new symbol for the city itself. So it's known as the data capital of China. So it's like a big data city. And it's not just a sort of technocratic strategy, but also a top-down political one. So Guizhou is kind of has transformed into this crucial computing power hub in southwest part of China, and carries the responsibility for running foundational models, like large-scale models, AI models, facilitating like data-intensive scientific discoveries. For example, a lot of new like data farms are constructed to support the research for the telescopes that are just dozens of kilometers away from the city. And also, a lot of these newly built data farms are used for storing redundant data, so the overly produced data in other, especially the more economically advanced regions in the east part of China. So hence the idea of data in the east will be computed in the west, because there is this kind of surplus of storage and processing competency in the west part of Guizhou. So, and also in our conversation with some of the local researchers and in some of the laboratories, we even encountered really interesting saying, like after a presentation, a person very optimistically told us that he showed us a series of photos and about his future plan, and he remarked that the city will become a computer. So I think in a way, as the research progressed, I gradually came to the sense that both the idea of invisibility, concealment, and hypervisibility are only partial views, or in my words, maybe a little bit of simplification in the very specific case. So, and also what I truly began to feel really drawn to is to borrow the words from John Durham Peters for a second, who said, I really love the sentence, he said, infrastructure is often as hard to see as light rain through the window, so drizzling. And this metaphor kind of evokes the elusive yet omnipresent nature of this kind of digital infrastructures, but also serving as a mediator in the cyclical chain between the ocean and internal waterways, in some cases, the inland lakes. And overall, sort of research strategy, I don't even know I have a strategy, but I just go with the flow. But throughout this process, we noticed that it's not just about focusing on visiting the actual data centers, although we did get into a couple of those. But we also got quite interested in tracing the kind of ripples, the peripheral effects that the presence of those data forms kind of generate. So we visited local meteorological stations, first of all, because meteorology is one of the key kind of criteria why Great Wall becomes this ideal place for data centers because of the cooling system. And also it is here where clouds and rain and meteorological data was used as the training data sets for the AI prediction models for the future weather forecasting. We also went to the School of Karst Science in the local university because this type of geology also offers a really good kind of geological foundation for those data centers. We went to the radio telescope, quite touristic. We also went to some high schools and we basically cultivate future talents for the big data economy. And we also went to a data exchange. So this is an actual exchange where they believe that information can be transformed into tradable data and tradable assets. So, for example, the first data that was put on sale was actually the local meteorological data. And also, we went to a cyber defense training base. I don't know if this is accurate translation, but basically, it's a place where people simulate a kind of future cloud-based warfare. So, so in a way, and also this is an annual event called Big Data Expo. So those kind of peripheral encounters, I think, is also for us is a way of trying to enter through all kinds of oblique entry points to really get an idea of what we're looking at when we're looking at this kind of conceptual, linguistic, and digital, and also physical piece of cloud. And I'm just gonna go through 3 artworks. Oh, by the way, because this is a really kind of expansive research project, so through the process we had media scholars, researchers, science fiction writers, and artists and designers who entered this field research. So I'm gonna just go through 3 examples, and also going back to a little bit to the idea of a drizzle. So I think when we walk through a drizzle, I think we kind of tend to lose track of where it begins or ends because it can stretch upwards to the cloud or outwards perhaps toward the sea. So drizzle, in a way, as a medium for me, connects the inside part and the outside part of data centers through these lingering and permeating qualities. So, and also, on the other hand, internet is often seen as a phenomenon composed through water and the regulation of water. So every data center actually involves planning and optimization of water resources. So cloud technology, in other words, is also water technology. So water both as the energetic foundation for material and also material substrate. So this kind of macroscopic temperature regulator water is also seen as a servant to the microclimate within the cloud, the soft infrastructure of infrastructures. And the first piece actually I'm gonna share is a piece by an artist who participated in the trip, Zhou Tao. So this is I have to play this trailer. I just love it so much. So this is a film of extremely slow rhythm and deceptively simple cinematography. So we just see this kind of interplay between the internal part of the data center, the server rooms, and the surrounding terrace views. So he just turns his camera away from the farms and the server farms and focused at the actual farms. Skip a little bit and show this because I really want to show it. It's very simple. I'll just show 10 seconds to get an idea. So the entire film is just like seamless flow of footages gliding from within the data form and this terrace field that is right outside of this data center. A lot of chicken, by the way. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay, so basically behind that kind of visual continuity, actually, I think there lies in real life, a dual transformation. So data infrastructures are actually shaping the local agricultural economy and modes of production. Like, for example, there's a whole shift towards digital agriculture. But on the other hand, during our field visits, actually a lot of the farmers that you might encounter in this film sometimes also appear as the data center's cleaning staff. So it's kind of like a dual narrative embedded. And also extending this metaphor of the drizzle, the impact of digital infrastructure also kind of descends upon various layers of the social stratum itself. So basically, data centers as these kind of situated social technical systems are also embedded within and shaped by a very specific context. And as we try to describe the infrastructure of the cloud, we increasingly come to understand that it's not just about the technology and the materiality or the entanglement between the landscape and nature, but also about a particular imagination of modernity and the process of social production. So the cloud is a protocol, while the drizzle is a process through which it spreads and saturates. So in another piece of video work called Data Illusion, so the artist Xu Zhenyue, so she shifted lens from data center to a digital town, where large volumes of data are annotated and labeled by human people, basically people. And in fact, as AI models keep evolving, this once thriving data labeling companies in Guizhou will basically disappear, like gradually left behind by the onward arrow of innovation. And actually, over these years of research, we actually also have witnessed the rise and fall of various derivative economies orbiting around the concept of big data. So like calling center operators, data annotators, exchanges, digital governance services. So even like a vocational school just located outside of the Tencent data center even launched an AI and IT training program in response to the presence of those server rooms, like providing potential employment for the kids. But actually, the falling drizzle is also a process of fermentation and constant re-semanticization. So by falling drizzle, I mean like how this notion of cloud gradually submerge and also traverse these layers of social stratum and create all forms of not just imaginations, but also actual economic products. And this kind of drizzle can be nourishing, but also at the same time corrosive. We don't know. We are still in this moment. And finally, I think drizzle also permits layers of earth, so like they link disparate water systems. So long before Guizhou became known as the big data capital of China, actually the whole Yunnan Guizhou plateau was once a vast piece of ocean, so hundreds of millions of years ago. And this millions of years of tectonic shifts, we don't even know right now, like actually this very mountainous area was once part of really, really big sea. So the place, so deeply marked by the notion of geological time, offers a layered narrative through this kind of subterranean complexity, especially for the data center that is often constructed within a karst formations. So the final one I want to share is also a piece produced by the other co-initiator of this whole program, Ke. So she really explores this deeper stratum of storytelling in her short film called Random Access. It tells a story about the relationship between the digital storage, human memory, and the Earth's memory. So the plot is quite simple. So a collapse in the data system, in the big data, whatever, cloud system, causes a satellite failure. And then a taxi driver and the passenger got lost because the GPS just stopped working. So they accidentally took a road that leads them back into the deep past of the place where used to be an ocean. And this is also a triple nested story. The driver and the passenger are in the film are also in fact metaphors or symbols for the administrator of an AI system and a data center. And in reality, they're also a real couple living in the city of Guiyang, and also they are the artist's own parents. So I really like this kind of triple-nested nature of the story. And in the film, the ancient ocean renders the seemingly robust, kind of runs forever kind of data center ephemeral. And the computational data also transforms the starry sky because one of the main kind of research focus for the telescope in the same region is to signal pulses, which are supposed to be the future kind of navigation system if we manage to travel like interstellarly. So time, geology, ecology, and life, in a way, in this very short story, all stretched and compressed between memory and imagination. So returning to the metaphor of the gentle drizzle, it's not only threads through the narratives of interior and exterior of the data centers or trickles across the social strata, it also establishes pores and loops within different kind of temporalities. I don't think I have time to show the trailer, but it is online. If you're interested, you'll be able to see. And finally, I think in the foreseeable future, Guiyang will continue to serve as the West hub center for computing power in China, and the cloud, under the cloud projects remains growing. And beyond these 3 case studies mentioned earlier, we can also follow other artists' artworks through this journey, and everything is online, so if you're interested, there's a website. And within the framework of this project, I think the gentle drizzle, going back a little bit, it's not just a metaphor. It becomes a tool for knowing, a means of orientation. It also offers a way of storytelling that lingers, sleeps, and conducts, particularly in a world where I think in a way the idea of global internet infrastructure appears increasingly fragmented and contested in the same time. So I just wanted to throw out this idea of gentle drizzle and see if maybe it can work as a lens through which we look at this very complicated computational system. And finally, the inland lake, Guizhou as one example, for me, in a way, it's like a forgotten dream. So its waters eventually will evaporate into the clouds and drift across oceans. And maybe one day it will also return again as rain. Finally, I want to credit all the 38 artists, and scholars, and writers who have participated in the trips. And we have a publication that's coming out hopefully in 2 months from now. And you will have more information about the project in that book. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iris. So generally for the panels, we would leave questions to the end, but because Iris has a flight to catch, so we'll give some time now. If you have any burning questions, this is your chance.
I have a question, Iris. So I was really struck by this project, and obviously I was aware of the kind of interdisciplinary and multi-layered nature of it. But I think that it's very interesting how, as you mentioned, critical infrastructural studies often ends up being, one gets kind of trapped within this vocabulary almost, it's quite polarizing. There's a lot of binaries between the visible, the invisible, the technological and the natural. And I think this is something that came up a bit earlier with Erin's talk as well. Perhaps how, do you ever feel as a researcher and an historian and writer the kind of limitations of the framework and the theory as a scaffold that one ends up being almost kind of imprisoned by to some extent? So I was very interested in this idea of, the more ambivalent, ambiguous drizzle, more as a kind of softening perhaps of that, of the gaze and of these various kind of systems by which we end up being quite stuck in methodological
I think it's a very hard question because I think it's also something that really bothers me and kind of troubles me all the time. As a researcher, you have this kind of natural tendency to find a sense of security, also like emotionally secure position if you can really look at yourself in this whatever theoretical framework, but also I guess there's this kind of desire for me to why I decided to invite so many people throughout this process. It's because maybe it really helps me to kind of emancipate myself from being responsible for the whole thing, and also I hope can maybe kind of creative knowledge network be grown from this. And at some point, I even began to notice that people who participated kind of started to refer to each other, and it's really hard to like if you try to chase and identify the starting point of the concept. It became so difficult. But instead, there was this kind of like a network of concepts that are constantly growing. I think we use this my way, but I really don't know where it will end.
Hi, Eric. Thank you. I'm just curious about when you do your fieldwork or your business. Have you ever encountered any locals like inhabitants? Have you ever interact with them? How do they reflect this kind of quote unquote critical infrastructure? Do they think it is critical? And then do they think it is how important it is?
I don't even think my own work has discussed the idea of critical infrastructure. I'm not that competent in writing a definition for it, but definitely I think the local residents are actually one of the main, actually the real field for us, because just walk on the street and bump into people. And the reason we got interested in the first place is also we noticed that the idea of hyperconnected and cloud is so, ubiquitous there. Like everyone more or less talks about it, but without a clear definition. And we realized that even us, we don't have a definition of what that even is. And I got more interested in that notion of cloud as a linguistic technology rather than a computational technology, and also the danger of reducing everything from within technology itself. I think that's what's happening with a lot of AI companies saying like, oh, we can make a solution, and then it's done. You raise a question, you solve the question within the technology itself. I think that's where the real danger is. And then maybe we can, just like keep having these kind of encounters and reflections can have a little bit of porosity, from just create some kind of porosity from this narrative. I think that's really important for me at least.
Hi, thank you. Really interesting topic. Just to follow up on Steph's question, in terms of under the cloud made me feel like maybe, bottom up maybe. What's the implication then exactly for the people that maybe live there? And in terms of the artists that you invited, is there any digital or young artists that have been invited to maybe comment on this?
You mean like local artists?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, even the book itself is designed by a local designer. So I think I really have to say this. I think throughout, Pei-Yan, he was also on one of our trips. We just kind of became friends with a lot of people, and in a way, I think it at least make myself feel less pretentious, and also having this kind of alien point of view, like just imposing an idea on top of it. I just don't think that will work. So throughout this process, actually a lot of, we didn't show in the city itself, and also we had a lot of designers and people, and we also met with this really interesting scientist in Huawei who wanted to write science fiction novels. So he works daytime as an engineer, and then he goes home and writes science fiction novels, and we're also hoping to include his novel in this sort of para publication project.
Thank you. Thank you so much again to Iris for your fascinating and generous presentation. Next, I'm excited to introduce you to our second speaker, Payne Zhu. Payne is an artist who probes into different economic systems and works in between the reality of finance, competing bodies, and the flooding of images. Aspiring to become an exile from within, Payne manages to create an alternative economics in his work. Often taking unconventional moving images as a point of departure, his works celebrate the unmatchable nature of the subject through the mismatch of different technological media. Please welcome Payne Zhu.
Thank you for the invitation, and I think I will play some soundtracks so make you relax. everyone. I'm Lian Zhu, and I'm currently based in Shanghai and Zhoushan. Zhoushan is an island with over like 2,000 islands next to Shanghai, and was located next to. It was the first choice for British guys instead of Hong Kong in like 1840. And please allow me to elaborate a bit on the hydrogeography of China. Here is the Yangtze River, and here is the Yellow River, and this is the Great Canal between Beijing and the Jiangnan region. And this is Zhoushan, Shanghai, and this is near Hong Kong. And in the past, the canal served as a major waterway linked with the whales and transport the whales, rice, and luxury goods to flow from south to Beijing. And it shows how the north controls the south. The Shanghai, Zhoushan, Ningbo region has a maritime trade history with Japan and Korea that spans over 1,000 years. Traveling upstream along the Yangtze River, one can reach deep into China's hinterland, and the British were excellent at selecting strategic locations. There's no doubt that the region was the best port in trade in East Asia. The Yangtze River, carrying sediment from the Tibet, and expands Shanghai's land become bigger and bigger. In front of the LNG port, you can see this wetland gradually transforming into land. According to Fernand Braudel, from the 15th century to the 20th century, the center of the capitalism shifted from Venice to Amsterdam, then to London, then to New York. And the key trade commodities involved accordingly from spices to tea, soup, coffee, and sugar, and then to cotton and opium, and then oil and various metal resources. If we abandon a land-centered perspective and instead adopt a maritime viewpoint, we can see that the history of capitalism competition was structured as follows. Between the east shores and the west shores of the Mediterranean, then between the Mediterranean and the North Sea. Later, between both sides of the Atlantic, and today we are struggling in the competition across the Pacific. Whether it was between the Japan and the United States 30 years ago, or now between the G2, China, and the US. Let's forget Braudel and refrain from understanding the sea as merely as a surface, or more precisely, recognize that the sea is not only a surface. If we adopt a vertical perspective to re-understand the ocean and to reconceptualize water, we begin to sounding the deep. I will first introduce the concept of sounding. Originally, sounding referred to a maritime technique used to measure depths. Later, it becomes a medical method of probing the interior of the building, and eventually it even evolved into a strange and obscure sexual practice. And to me, sounding, the word carries a special sense of intimacy. You can establish a connection with the unseen areas through a sounder. Sounding deconstructs centralized modes of thought, whether centered on vision, land, or even the water. Through sounding, we can able to understand water horizontally and vertically. At this point, a particularly special creature will come to our mind, the whale. The whale is the sounder in the water. Whale function as dynamic agents within marine ecosystems, exhibiting both horizontal and vertical movements that facilitate the redistribution of nutrients and energy across various ocean structures. And through their vertical and horizontal movements, whales use echolocation to hunt giant squids in the invisible areas and consume fish and shrimp across different layers of the ocean. They then release waste products back to the surface. These nutrients nourish algae, which in turn absorb carbon dioxide and provide sustenance for the next trophic level of marine life. Thus, through this layered nutrient transfer, the carbon will be fixed at the bottom of the sea. In a way, the whale operates like a deep-sea trader, a much better trader than human, regulating the vertical flow and the distribution of nutrients throughout the maritime ecosystem. And let us return to the land. My recent exhibition was taken place in the Area Art Center in Qinhuangdao. And Qinhuangdao hosts the largest coal trading port in the world. After the late Qing government was forced to open multiple ports to the British, it eventually realized they need to develop its own port infrastructure. They purchased a British service to construct this port. Qinhuangdao is the closest ice-free port to Beijing, and through railway networks, it connects coral resources from Mongolia, northeast China, Shanxi, and Hebei, transporting them by sea to Shanghai, Hong Kong, and even Japan. Today, as China remains the factory of the world with large energy demand, Qinhuangdao Port has transformed from a coral exporter to a coral importer and the transshipment hub. The architectural concept behind the Area Art Center is the container of time, but to me, it is more like an orifice by the sea. And I have two spaces, an open-air theater and an enclosed white cube gallery beside. I hope the viewer will move rapidly between the two, as through entering and exiting the belly of a whale. The two spaces are linked by the sound, and the sound you are hearing now. And I can play a very short video for you to know the exhibition, have a rough impression of the exhibition.
요즘 같이 见穷理熊。
In the theater, there is a cell-shaped installation. The material of this cell is leather made from algae, and the shape of this traditional cell are used in discarded fish and shrimp oil collected in Zhoushan and mixed with oil paint to create this work. In the works related to whales, what often appears is the eye of the whale. But in this piece, what you see in the eye is the eye of the squid, the squid swallowed by the whale. And its gaze appears innocent than the whale. I hope that visually this work is not centered on the whale, but instead reflects an entire ecological chain: whale, squid, octopus, small fish, and shrimp, and all painted on the algae leather. When we go inside the belly of the whale, we will find 4 sculptural dishes that I cooked for the whale. These dishes represent segments of the whale's food chain and also reflect marine products harvested by the humans. They are made from discarded materials collected at the Zhoushan seafood market and also collected at the shores of Qinhuangdao. The first dish relates directly to the history of Qinhuangdao port. And the second contains reference to the history of spice trade. The third features squid from the deep sea, sculptured to resemble bamboo leaves, and were confusing and misleading both human and wild. The fourth and the final dish is made from the membranes of squid and often discarded by the humans, but in the deep sea, and these membranes are treated as communication media between squids. At the center of the room is a 2-channel video installation titled Promises from the Futures. Just like a coin, 2 faces cannot be seen at the same time. You cannot view both channels of this video. And the sound was created through AI trained on voice samples I collect of a lot of local languages. And I will play one side of the video for you.
나는 그래서 죽어줘. 아버지 잡아줘. 에이. 저는 저 là yêu khá là cái gì c'est du son c'est du fer là Значит, нужно скул. Наша отмерзла, значит.
9岁老贵族，问街嘛，找问街。现在为什么有梦在面？他们的被造吧。
Joo, huomioon näissä taas. Voisi taas näissä on. Se ei tässä niin jäs naisu.
Enemmän ylös sitä.
Se opi niistä mielessä. Niissä. Vähän on. Kai. Arvoisun. Voisi ottaa. Sitten se ole. Faisu. Sitten näissä on. What is this? Oh, so nice. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's so oh, I like it. It's so I do it. Yeah, I shovel.
result was there. It was all
Okay, I'll just do a quick introduction to our next and last speaker of the day. Thank you for getting it through with us, but I promise this will be a very exciting presentation. So I'm excited to introduce you to Sean Lee, situated in globalized communication systems and inspired by various localities and uneven information flows. Sean's work studies various mediums composing the contemporary digital landscape. Crucial to this practice is interaction between the medium and its users, as well as amongst the mediums themselves. She explores how various forms of technology bring us into contact and how they form part of a neoliberal imperative that regulates the body and desire. Yet her focus is not limited to the virtual. The material lives of those digital landscapes are also included, such as the infrastructure and logistics systems that support it, and more importantly, the cracks in between. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming Sean Lee.
I want to say thank you to Asymmetry Foundation, to Kuto, and all these amazing speakers today. And also everyone who stayed till the end. I promise I'll keep it short. So I'd like to start my presentation with a bit of information about myself. I came from a background of media studies, and my interest in the field stems from my personal experience. I've always been fascinated by communication in all its forms, and increasingly by the role technology plays in shaping it. Over time, I began to treat my artistic work as a form of research, an avenue to explore questions close to my heart. In particular, I've been drawn to how different technologies mediate human connection and how varied forms of intimacy are entangled with the neoliberal apparatus that governs body and desires. In today's presentation, I want to focus on image circulation and how it has transformed over the past decade, and how through my work I've tried to respond to and reflect those changes. At the beginning of the end, we had poor image. As Hitoshi Daya coined the term in 2009, the poor image is one that gains speed and reach through circulation, but in doing so, it loses resolution, clarity, and even context. The more viral it becomes, the poorer it gets. Fast forward 10 years later, we live through major world events via one viral image after another. Poor image is no longer just an image on the screen. It leaks into real life, begets poor reality, which inspired a series of my work, starting with I Want to Sleep More But By Your Side. At that time, the Yellow Vest movement was taking place in France, protesters took to the streets wearing high-vis vests, a symbol of their demands. I decided to research about the materiality and logistics of the production of yellow vests. As you can guess, they are produced in China. During research, something I've seen over and over on screen suddenly felt alien in real life. They were so thin and stiff, they don't look real. Instead, they look like a bad special effect, moving clumsily with the body, as if they were pixels leaked from the spring into real life, forming these poor objects. As the circulation of image continued to accelerate, we reached a point where the relationship between body and screen seemed to reverse. Previously, we had physical bodies first, then representation throughout various mediums, painting, photography, film, and etc. But now, if one doesn't have a body on screen, their physical bodies also don't seem to exist. When the pandemic first broke out in Wuhan, medical resources fell short and a lot of people were left untreated and desperate at home. People started posting their situation online. Some of them got reposted and gained momentum and eventually received attention and treatment. Their online presence became a condition for real-life survival. During the same period, in isolation, I found myself watching a lot of mukbang and live streams. The viewing experience, intimate, repetitive, and mediated, also shaped one of my words, ever. It's almost as if the pixels lost during circulation have leaked into real life, forming a reality imitating what's on the screen. As a visual artist, I spend a lot of time making images. But at some point, I've come to realize I'm not actually obsessed with making new images or especially good images, as there are way too many good images out there. For a musician, Al-Shayak, and also a close friend of mine, for his music video, I only used stock footage, cutting between different unrelated springs. They faded in and out, almost like they were mourning the death of the image by itself.
Will you still even care? Will you still even care? Or will you still even care? Will you still even care? Or will you still even care? Will you still even
So then I ask what comes after the end of the image as we know it. Image today no longer circulate as an individual unit. They swarm, they're constantly regenerated, reinterpreted. Think of memes that mutate endlessly or TikTok dances that ripple around the world, performed by people of all kinds across geographies and identities. I would like to use fandom as a case study for this kind of image afterlife. Fandom offers a different kind of image economy. Unlike the poor image that loses quality with every iteration, an image within fandom gains weight as it circulates. As fan art and edits being made, the image of an idol doesn't degrade, it mutates, it merges with every fan who engages with it. By 2022, I have been stuck in Europe for 2 years due to travel restrictions, while China remained in lockdown. I had a show opening at Antenna Space in Shanghai, but I couldn't be there in person, so instead I trained 20 performers to be me. Each performer wore a My Chemical Romance t-shirt that I personally wear all the time, and was instructed to perform a set of TikTok-style dance moves we had created. They interacted with the audience as if they were me. Read aloud personal letters I had written to friends who were planning to leave Shanghai, and ultimately say goodbye for me. At the time, I wasn't consciously thinking about fandom, but the image of 20 people wearing the same band t-shirts inevitably evoked it. And that moment helped me recognize just how deeply the language of fandom runs in me. Since then, I started researching and exploring fandom as a theme. I later used footage from that performance to create a video piece titled Deja Vu, commissioned by France Cantonal Contemporary in Geneva for their public video arts project Mirror. The train station my piece was assigned to had no sound agreement, so I leaned into that constraint. Silence became the central theme. I wrote a story of a town that's completely silent, and that it begins with people start to forget words. And another part, so this video is composed of 2 kinds of footage, and another kind was filmed in an animal rescue shelter in Geneva. I attached a GoPro on a duck, so it kind of created a sort of POV of duck. So yeah, because it was commissioned by at the train station, it was meant for people who are taking the train to work every day. So I cut the video into tiny chapters, like 1 minute or 30 seconds, hoping people can catch one chapter on their way to work, and when they come back, they can catch another chapter. Last year, on my first institutional solo show at Swiss Institute in New York, I took the opportunity to delve deeper into fandom. One of the centerpiece titled I'm Not is a reinterpretation of the band's iconic song I'm Not Okay. I rewrote the lyrics in Mandarin Chinese and Shanghai English and had them performed by an a cappella group dressed in army attire, army-style uniforms. Referencing how fans often refer to themselves as army, for me, this is the only kind of army that should exist. Growing up in China during a time of rapid urbanization, when skyscrapers seemed to rise overnight, home always felt like something under construction in constant transition. This environment felt almost like non-places. What grounded me in this fleeting landscape was floating point like music. In the small town where I grew up, I discovered my chemical romance through Daco CD and illegitimate form of media, which changed my life. Through their music, I found a new world that fascinated me. The fandom community, especially on online forums, gave me a sense of human connection. It was there I was encouraged to write, to create, and for the first time, to imagine myself as an artist. This is the show when later traveled to Aspen Art Museum. So during the pandemic, we witnessed the collapse of the real estate bubble. Many developments were left unfinished, frozen in a state of bare concrete shells, waiting for a future that never arrived. But in some way, all homes have always looked like that to me. That's why the setting of this show is a real estate model, a hybrid between a real estate showroom and a lanwei lou, an unfinished abandoned building. The idol's image no longer exists as a singular entity. In my work about fandom, it might not exist at all. I've intentionally removed it. Another piece in the show, titled Heart is a Broken Record, is a heart-shaped fountain with a video projected onto the water's surface. The video is a montage of nearly every fan-recorded clip I can find on YouTube, footage from my Chemical Romance concerts, but I only kept the brief moments just before the bands appear on stage. The frenzy screaming, the flashing lights, then it cut to the next clip. At the bottom of the wishing well, I composed a concert that never begins. The image of idol only exists in swarm form, co-created and constantly reshaped by the collective. Images now behave more like systems or organisms. They don't just represent something, they move, they mutate, they connect people across vast distances, they become gestures, rituals, evidence, and even infrastructure of care. Even though my work usually comes from technology, I believe it is ultimately against it. I use my practice not just as a form of research, but as a way to look for the loopholes. Being lo-fi in quality and spirit, a way to slip through the cracks of omnipresent algorithmic control. I try to stay close to the movement of images to trace how they travel, what they accumulate, and how they influence the ways we relate to one another. Whether through protest, fandom, live stream, or meme, I see images not as static things, but as evolving languages that tell us something, what it means to be seen, to connect, and to have a body in this moment.
Thank you very much, Payne and Sean, for your presentations. We now have some time for Q&A and discussion with the panel. I do have a couple of questions myself, but I'll open up time for the floor. So if you do have any questions for Sean Lee and Payne Zhu for their presentations, feel free to let us know. Maybe I can start us off. Sean and Payne, we have had a bit of a discussion before the panel, and I think one of the things that really came up, and also thinking about some of the other conversations that have taken place throughout this day, is this question of the accelerating flow and circulation of images,
And in some of our earlier sessions, we also talked a bit about images' relationship with things like artificial intelligence. So I'm very curious in both of your works, thinking about your own relationship to images. How do you navigate this kind of accelerating relationship and the increasing obfuscation of the sources of images?
Yeah, I think it's definitely getting harder and harder to talk about media literacy. It becomes, a very big topic as compared to how it was 10 years ago. And I don't think I have an answer or a strategy of mass scale, like large scale media literacy, but I think for me, it's just very important to try to consume image or information as actively as possible, and that's also why making art is becoming more and more important for me. It has become like my coping mechanism of like processing what's happening in the world, and of course we're very lucky as artists, as researchers, we have this luxury to indulge in like in topics that we're interested in. I know not a lot of people have the liberty or the time or energy to fact check anything, but I'm not saying it's the artist's responsibility either, but I think it's just like interesting to think about, and that's what I want to engage in my work too.
For me, I will think about the cost of making an image, and think this image is made by which kind of company, or which kind of techniques, or which kind of camera, or just you can outsource it. And also I will think about not only use our own eyes, maybe the machine eyes, maybe the animal's eyes to see the image. And also the cost, it's just like the AI generated, the image that AI generated will cost a lot, but it costs less if you use the sound and also like the words. So it's all costs a lot of energy and also a lot of money and also the calculating power. So I was thinking about this kind of perspective.
Yeah, I wish was still here, because I think this question on the cost of what it takes to create an image is something that deeply ties into her research. But before I'm asked my next and last question, I just want to offer the opportunity to the floor again. In case there are any questions, this is your last chance. Oh, sure.
Hi. I'm a huge fan of your work, and I think something that I think both your practice shares that's quite interesting, as you've touched on now, is this sense of financialization, trade, and the idea of the derivative, I think, not only in terms of the financial sense that you mentioned, Payne, but also in terms of copies, Shanzai and derivatives as well. Also, I'm thinking, in Sharpie, the really early work you did in New York, where you, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that piece. I think it's really fantastic, the performance work, where you were, what was it? Was it Marry Me for Chinese Visa or something?
Citizenship.
Citizenship, even better. Yeah, this sort of, these systems of global trade and ports, and maybe you could just say a few words about that connection.
You want to start?
Connection
So talking about derivatives, finance.
Yes. I'm very glad to see Yishan's work afterlife. It's just like I Want to Die and then Afterlife. There are a lot of derivatives in Yishan's works. Yes. And I think this is kind of making images by our bodies.
Yes. So, and for the derivatives, I think it's kind of in my works. Why you will see this video looks like a kind of gay romance, and these two person, one is play for commodity, and another is plays for a derivative. So they are isolated by the sex to produce a human. So that's it's kind of derivative how they reproduction. And for this, I just think that now it's the world a lot of derivatives. You cannot know the original source of something, and you can see a lot of derivatives. Also, Shanja, also other things. Yes. And also, I think now it's just like the mainland China is kind of derivative of its history, and also the US. It's a combination become these kind of two powers combined together in a kind of derivative.
I think about this question more from a media landscape perspective. And what I'm interested in this image flows or currents of what they picked up and what they left out. And I think what's really fascinating for me right now is how the entire media landscape is flattened. And this hierarchy, not necessarily dissolved, but it offers new opportunities and new avenues for sure. And I think for me, actually, legacy media has a less effect on my work or my life, or neither my life. So the works I make just kind of come from this very personal narrative of derivative. But also I'm trying to think about this. I use this metaphor as a leak, but Iris also talked about this drizzle. I think there are like some parallels between these two metaphors. Also both like a bottom-up kind of relationship than the other way around.
Well, if there are no further questions, I'll ask mine during the reception. But I'd just like to thank once again to Payne and to Strong for your exciting presentations. I think you've given us a lot to think about, whether that's derivatives, copies, replicas, even memes as an extension of that, but a lot of different relationships and pathways of how these images flow. And please join me again in once again thanking our panel.
I'll be very, very quick, but thank you from the bottom of our hearts to all the speakers and the multi-layered aspects of presentations and sharing today. And for our very, very engaged and engaging audience, you've been amazing. And thanks to Winnie and the Corto and everyone for a great day. We're having drinks just across, you know the gist, for further questions and just to toast and chat a little bit. So thank you so much.